Hey guys, V here for your 2-for-1 guide special for Woven, provided to you by myself and the ever wonderful Rez. This is technically a collectible guide, but this will also serve as a platinum and or game walkthrough, depending of course on what platform you're playing on. This video was made possible thanks to my Patreons, whose help keeps content like this coming. If you'd like to know more about how you can become a Patreon, more info will be provided at the end of the video, as well as in the description below. Woven consists of 5 worlds and over 200 collectibles, all of which must be picked up in one single run. If you miss any, you'll need to start a completely new game, so just keep that in mind as we play along. Let's not waste any more time and get this started. If you're playing a brand new save file, the intro will play automatically for you. Otherwise, hit new game at the main menu, and we'll meet back up here once the introduction cutscene has been completed.
In a soft world of wool, once filled with life and joy, wanders a ragged and lonely soul. He has climbed across mountains as high as tall towers, in search of life, in search of color, and mostly in search of pretty flowers. Now when Stuffy sees something pretty, very little can keep him away, and not even steep cliffs or imminent danger can keep him at bay. Well, frankly, it's pretty amazing this creature is still around. Maybe what he should be looking for is a sense of direction, while defying the principles of natural selection. And find some solid ground. Don't worry, it's not the first time Stuffy falls. It's a big elephant, he can take it. Let's see what this wanderer has fallen into this time.
So once you have control of Stuffy, this is going to act as sort of a prolonged throughout this first area, but we can't really do anything until we get Glitch. So you're going to take your limpy little elephant and just follow this path all the way around, and eventually you'll hit a cutscene with a little cave. So just keep following this road until you get there.
Oh, just your ordinary colourful woolen valley here. Although I must admit, the knitting work is excellent. If I know Stuffy, he won't like going into that cave. I'm not saying he's a coward, but he's not exactly brave. Well, not in darkness anyway.
Okay, and Stuffy is afraid of the dark, so we can't really go into that cave just yet. If you do try, he'll just run out. So turn around, and where that road forked, we're actually going to take the left path now. So just follow this as it curves around And you can see that little changing station machine in the back, and we're gonna go past that because we can't use it just yet. And then at the end of this pathway, we're gonna get another little cutscene, and we're actually gonna pick up Glitch. So just keep following this around.
Up ahead, an intricate little machine jutted from the ground. But Stuffy, of course, glanced over it, for what also came into view was a pretty little bird, all colourful and blue. Yes, Stuffy, go ahead, frolic, make some sound. That could make him come around.
Okay, and as the little narrator said, we do want to get the attention of this little bird by singing to it. So go ahead and get close, it's not going to fly away, and then hold R2 and just use the right stick to go over to the little scream emblem, and he's just going to sing to him and the bird's going to fly away. And now we're actually going to get Glitch so we can actually start the game itself.
Now Glitch wakes up and sees the world for the first time, filling him with wonder blazing. For a woolen world stretched out before him. Soft, woolen, and frankly quite amazing. For as long as he knew he had been blind, but now sees soft hands of wool, caring and kind. Who was this creature looking so terribly lost? Loose limbs and half its ear torn. How did it come to look so worn? Glitch paused and thought, not knowing what to do. Was he a thing that helped? And a kind thing too? For now, maybe, circumstance had let their paths cross. They should stick together for now, and be less at a loss. Now for Glitch, this all was pretty strange. You see, gone was the cold metal, foul smoke and creaky clocks. His vision now filled with soft...
Okay, so once you have Glitch, he's going to act as basically the brains of the pair, and Stuffy's going to act as the brawn. He's going to be handling most of the mechanical and lighting and scanning, and basically everything that has to do with collectibles is through Glitch. And Stuffy is just here to move and punch and look all fluffy. So once you have Glitch, make your way back down the path, and you're going to get another little cutscene with the changing machine, and it's just going to tell you what it's about. We don't actually need to use this right now. There's really no point unless you just want to change your color, but there's only like 2 colors available right now, so again, there's not really any point to using it. It's just showing you
Stuffy right,
what this item
and
does.
Found he would do so with delight. Now why would that be? By this new appearance, Stuffy hooted with glee, thinking life was too short to remain the same for all eternity. Such an optimist.
Alright, once that's done, you can activate it, so you can actually open up the menu and see what it looks like at least, and it'll give you another little tutorial for it. But again, there's nothing here, so you can just skip that. So, excuse me, come back down to the road, and we're going to follow this all the way around to the cave. And because we have Glitch now, he's actually going to light the cave up for us, so head on inside, and this will be the first collectible that we pick up. This is the first cave
to enter the cave
that we're about to get.
Mightily fearing the dark.
So after this tiny little cutscene, we're going to head inside.
Hoping he could give a spark.
And using
Keep an eye
L2,
out
you're going to control Glitch and just go over to the light bulb. And we're going to light up the cave and get the
Glitch's
first cave
light
painting
gave the cave
collectible
a
for this
vibrant
area.
glow.
So once you have that, you can exit out, or you can keep looking. It's up to you. But just keep following this road along. And then straight ahead, you're going to see the first blueprint machine, which again is going to be another little cutscene. So just follow this, and then we're going to get that first
With
blueprint.
arms like that of an insect, limp and still. It seemed to tug at Glitch's will. Now why would it do that? He had no clue.
Okay, so once the cutscene is done, just walk up to the machine,
This machine
use
spoke to
L2,
Glitch
and
in
use the
words
top
without
option to put
If
Glitch
they
into the
spoke
little
back in
power
the correct
source.
rhythm, Something important?
And for this puzzle, there's going to be 4 buttons on the right-hand side and basically a loom of dots that is going to be coming across. You want to match the hands so that they hit all the dots on the little pattern. So just keep moving the hands up and down as the little notes come across. And once you fill the bar up at the top, the blueprint will unlock and then we can move on. Okay, so there's your first blueprint. I think this is an anteater. I want to say it's an anteater. Either that or an aardvark. I'm not 100% positive. I'm not very good with fluffy animals, apparently. But we do need to change into the hands of this animal. So we're going to do that really quick after this little cutscene is done. And we're actually going to go into that changing machine over in the back right corner of this cutscene. And we're going to pick up another little fabric pattern as well. And that's going to be part of a flower tutorial. So just a heads up, we're going to be watching a few things when we go over there. So just go down this path, and then the opening to get over there is in between these 2 rocks on the right hand side. And if you just follow the grass along, the little flower tutorial will start on its own.
You can scan the patterns on certain flowers, patches, or creatures. Glitch will find special uses for some of these colorful features. You'll see.
Alright, and as the tutorial states, you need to stomp the flower with Stuffy to open it up, and then go ahead and scan the flower with Glitch to get the pattern. And each world has their own version of these kind of collectibles. World 1 is the flowers. World 2 is a different kind of flower. It's like a droopy one, but it's going to be different in each world. So just keep that in mind, and I'll obviously show you what they look like when we get there. But before we go back, we're going to use this changing machine. So use that with Glitch.
Just look at that combination of color.
And go ahead and select the anteater on the left-hand side. And we need to change into his hands because there's a rock coming up that we need to push, and Stuffy's elephant hands cannot push rocks. So if you look at the blueprint, just above the 2 arms is a little symbol of a hand pushing. That lets you know that this animal does have that ability. And its feet, there's a little stomping foot. That means that they can stomp. And then up on its head, just to the right, is a symbol of singing, yelling. It looks more like yelling, but that lets you know that this animal can yell. So once you have the anteater arms equipped, go ahead and exit out of this area. And when you hit the road, you want to turn right. So there's the road, and follow it right. And just ahead is that rock that we need to push.
Glitch didn't dare leave Stuffy behind. There was so much of this world he didn't yet know. He had just awoken, without memory. If off he flew, where to would he go? Besides, someone should keep an eye out for his newfound friend. Who was better suited than a firefly that could apparently knit, fix, and mend?
Okay, so once Glitch is giving you the little prompt to push, hit R2, select the same symbol, and we're just going to knock the rock over. So go ahead and run past that, and if you just keep running forward along this road, you're going to get another little cutscene showing you what the memory collectibles look like, so just go ahead and go forward with that.
There are more of those machines as the one in which Glitch had crashed to the ground. They will tell you about the chain of events that led to Glitch ending up here and being found. If you can piece together what they are trying to say, that is.
Okay, and they actually look like this in all the worlds. They are not going to change. They're going to keep the same look throughout the entire game, so you know what they look like just based on this one, so you know what you're looking for. So to activate it, you need to use Glitch. And he's just going to sit in it, and you're going to get a cutscene of the memory.
Glitch was engulfed
and then we can go on.
Images and words, making no sense, but holding great worth. He remembered words without sound. He was falling to the ground. Something was lost, and great was the cost. He saw darkness and steel, felt the turning of the wheel. A great danger was unleashed like an untamed beast. The hunt had begun, but when? The machine gave Glitch a glimpse into his lost memory, although this world did not seem to be in jeopardy. He would need to find more memories to understand any of it.
Okay, so once you have the memory, turn around and go back to the road and just follow it up this tiny little hill, and there's a big tree trunk that you can actually knock over. So use Stuffy to go ahead and knock that branch over. And we're going to use that to cross the river, but we're going to grab one more fabric piece before we do anything further.
That was sure enough.
Well, sorry, before we actually continue with the game itself, I should say. So you do want to cross the log that you just knocked over. And straight ahead of you, off the log, is another flower that you can stomp. So walk up to it, stomp the flower, and then scan it with Glitch. And this will give you the olive fabric. And then just to the left of there is a large pumpkin that's in the water. This is a point of no return, so if you have not picked up everything, or if you're missing anything to this point, you need to go back now and get it, or you won't be able to get it without starting a completely new game. So just double check and make sure that you have everything you need, and when you're ready, walk up to the pumpkin. And you're going to get a little cutscene showing the pumpkin taking Stuffy and Glitch to the next
deeper
area.
into the meadows, and the hidden wonders that therein lay. And the hidden and as of yet still distant dangers, of course. That's when Glitch saw the moon and felt its immediate pull. It entranced him and endeared him, and made him stare like a fool. He wanted to go there. No, he felt that he should, but still not knowing how or for what reason he would. How could something so big be held trapped in the sky? He retreated deep into thought, pondering the how and the why. Stuffy just enjoyed the view, staring at all the different creatures and sights floating by. Not much pondering the how, not caring a whole lot about the why. He remembered having friends a long, long time ago. It felt right with Glitch at his side, and to be taken in tow.
Alright, so once you have control of Stuffy again, we're going to get a quick little pattern here with these frogs jumping around on the left-hand side of this path. You just need to get close enough to them and for them to be slow enough for Glitch to scan. If they move away too quickly, you might have to try this a couple of times, but once you get the Jade notification, we can move on. So just keep following the path left, and you're going to come to a little split in the road. Going right is story progression, going left is for 2 collectibles, so we're going to head that way first. So turn left at the intersection and just keep following this path all the way up the mountain. And we're going to get a little pattern first, and then we're going to get another blueprint. So head on up the mountain. And when you get to the top, where it goes down just a little bit on the left-hand side is going to be a pathway that you can take on a little lower ledge. Take that all the way to the end, and on the ground is going to be a patch that Glitch can scan. Go ahead and do so, and that's going to get you your next pattern.
Have you seen all those
Alright, then turn
flowers?
around and finish going all the way up the hill and to the end of this pathway, and you're going to find the blueprint machine where you're going to get the pig blueprint. So follow this all the way and then interact with the machine with Glitch, and then just complete that little mini game again to get the next blueprint. So turn it on
To wonder.
and then just move the hands to match the dots scrolling across the blueprint. Okay, so there's our little pig. And go ahead and head back down the hill. If you want to change to the pig, you're more than welcome to. It's not necessary to progress with the story, but there is a changing machine just across this way here. So if you want to check it out, again, by all means, but when you do, just make sure when you leave, you have stomping feet and hands that can push things. That's the only thing you really need to make sure right now. But either way, continue down the pathway. And then we're going to hit that little intersection that we crossed earlier, just down this hill here. All right, and right is where we came from at the start of this area, so we're going to turn left. And tucked in the back right corner are some sunflowers here, and there is another flower that you can stomp within those flowers. So head on over to the right. And just behind the sunflowers, you can see this red flower in a bulb here. Stomp it to open it with Stuffy, excuse me, and then scan it to get the pattern. And if you just look behind Stuffy, you can see that there's a dirt hill leading up. Go ahead and take that hill all the way up, and you're going to get a cutscene with a little woodpecker. And then once that's done, we are actually going to scan the woodpecker and then move the boulder to enter the cave up here at the top. So once that starts, just watch it. All right, and as you can see, we still have a boulder blocking the cave, and the woodpecker is no longer on it, and we need to fix that. So walk up to the woodpecker on this left tree, and before we scare it away, we're going to scan it with glitch to get the pattern on its back. And next, we need it to fly towards the cave. So basically what's going to happen is Stuffy's going to yell, and then it's going to fly in the opposite direction. So because we want it to go up, you want to stand just a little bit in front of the woodpecker here, and then just give a little shout with Stuffy. And as you can see, the woodpecker is flying back up to the boulder. And once it gets up there, there's going to be another little cutscene, and then we'll be able to enter that cave. Okay, so go on in the cave, and as you can see, there's a little memory down here on the floor. You can power it up from here if you want, otherwise you have to go down the ramp, but just watch the cutscene and then we'll come back here once the memory is
like
done.
A sounding horn. Something got ripped, something got torn. He had died on the spot and was birthed anew, but something had gotten greatly askew. The world was wrong. Gone was the song. What song? What was wrong? Oh, it made no sense.
Okay, so once you have that, go to the end of the cave, and you'll see that there's a block that you can push here. Go ahead and push that over with Stuffy to get it out of the way.
This valley was full of life, but
and just to the left of this block, all the way in the back, is that large green and yellowish looking tree. We're just going to head right back there. So walk directly towards that tree, and just in front of it is going to be a little flower that you can stomp and scan. So stomp this flower,
oh, what a thing to...
and then scan it with glitch. And that'll get you another pattern. And then just keep following this path all the way down until you hit the grassy area. And then when you hit the main road, turn left, and we're going to continue forward just a little bit. All right, and there is a changing machine up here, but we don't need it just yet. We're going to get one more pattern before we use that, because we need it to actually progress with the story. And if you just pass the changing machine, behind this tree on the right wall is going to be that pattern. Go ahead and grab that with glitch. And if you go forward just a little bit, you're going to meet this very large snake over here who's going to tell you that he wants you to be dressed like him. So it's going to show you what that looks like.
The big snake looked Stuffy up and down and shook his head with a passion. Could it be because their outfits did not match? Glitch had no idea snakes could care about fashion. Well, me neither, but apparently they do.
And as you can see in the cutscene, it is actually showing that patch on the wall, letting you know that that is necessary to get past here. So that pattern is actually what matches the sides of the snake here. So we need to go back to that changing machine and dress ourselves completely in that fabric before we can move on. So just head back down the road, and the changing machine is going to be over on the right. And go ahead and activate it with Glitch.
Admitted, a short intermission was fine. His actual
And then head over to the right side, and in the other category is going to be grass fashion. That's what the snake is wearing. And you want to put this in every little square here on Stuffy's person. So you are head to toe in grass fashion, and once you are, go ahead and exit the machine and head back down towards the snake. And because you guys now match, he's going to move his tail, opening up the pathway, and then we're just going to hit another little cutscene. So just walk up to the snake.
The snake nodded approvingly of Stuffy's fancy display, seemed happy, and lifted his tail out of the way. Right, let's go.
And when he moves his tail, just go a little further down the road and there's going to be another cutscene for you.
They had to find a way up to the Red Mountain Range. Stuffy's current shape would give trouble, but that they could change. Rather, it was in his wandering attention that the challenge lay. Glitch gently reminded Stuffy not to stray. Surely there was no sense in cuddling the sheep, or playing chase with the bees, nor looking for other hidden adventures between the trees. They should follow the road forward and... What was that? Glitch saw a metal spider. Fear tightened his wings. Memories of darkness stunned him with a vision of long metal limbs. For a moment, his head reeled with confusion. There was no spider there. Stuffy waited for him, unaware. It must have been an illusion.
Okay, so when you regain control, you're going to see that Stuffy is in a wide open area here, and there's quite a few patterns that we're going to pick up while we're here. But first thing we're going to do is go back on the path that you came down. And if you look over on the right, you're going to see a changing machine up there. If you don't want to look like your grandma's couch for the rest of the little level here, you're more than welcome to change your fabric if you want. Otherwise, we're just going to run past the changing machine. And by this green and orange tree back here is a patch on the ground that Glitch can scan. Go ahead and do so to get your next pattern. And then if you look to the right, you're going to see some more sunflowers. Go ahead and run towards those sunflowers and then past the sunflowers. So we're just using these as a little reference point here. Okay, and just keep following the grass along, and eventually you're going to come to two little warthogs that we need to scan for a pattern. They do need to be standing still, so this part can be a little tedious to actually scan them, but just walk up to one of them and then wait for it to run away. But yeah, if they're walking, there is a chance that Glitch can scan it quick enough, but ideally you want them to be standing still. See if we can block him. Oh, there's one. No!
Have you seen all those flowers?
There we go. Okay, so once you can actually scan one, make your way all the way up this grass hill, and on the right hand side is going to be another blueprint machine. Go ahead and complete the minigame to get your next blueprint, and then we can move on. Okay, so once you have your new little blueprint, and this is going to be a giraffe, we're just going to go and do another little mini game for another pattern, and we're basically going to race a warthog down to a red apple, but we do need to do some extra stuff before we can do that. So just make your way back down the grass hill, and on the left hand side you want to make note of a tree up on a rock that looks like it has frosting on the bottom of it. So there's the tree. And just head over to the other side for a little dialogue.
Stuffy ogled the apples hanging from the tree, and suddenly knew that Apple Red was all he ever wanted to be.
And basically what it's saying is that there are red apples in the tree, and Stuffy wants one. So what's going to happen is we're going to stomp the tree, and the apple is going to flow down the river here.
One way or the other.
And we're just going to race this warthog down to the apple, and we're going to take this path, but as you can see there are some blocks that are in our way, so we're going to move these before we actually start that. So go ahead and give this first block a push, and then continue on the path. And as you can see there's a second block here, but there's no emblem to actually push it, so we need to push it from the other side. So from here just turn right and just go across the grass, and then just hug the mountain or the little rocks on the left hand side. And you're just going to go all the way down until you reach a road. And there's the road. And you're going to follow the road that's on the left hand side. So just go around the trees here. And then just follow the path. And we are going to come back to these ducks here in a second, but we're going to get the apple first. So just keep following along this road. And up and over this little hill is going to be the block that we need to push. So just walk up to it and give it a little shove. And now our pathway is completely open. So we can go back up to that tree, which is just at the end of this little pathway here. And again, when you stomp it, an apple is going to fall into the water, and it's going to initiate the race with this warthog over here, and that's going to be a little cutscene you're about to see. But once we do that, we're going to race down the road to the apple and scan it before that warthog eats it. So when you're ready, go ahead and stomp next to the tree. And then immediately turn around and just start heading down the road. And then over on the left, the apple is going to get stopped by this log in the water. So just walk up to the apple. And once you're close, you'll get a little prompt from Glitch to scan it. So go ahead and do so, and that'll get you your next pattern. And then here comes the warthog who's going to eat the apple here in a second. Okay, so now we're going to get the mama duck over here. The mama and the baby ducks are two different colors, but we can only scan the mama duck. And to reach her, we need to come over on this mountainside over here and just get as close to the water as you can. And then Glitch will give you the prompt to scan her. Make sure you do it as soon as possible. She does take different paths or different circles in the water, so one of them you won't be able to reach her, and you'll just have to wait for her to get close just like she did. There is a chance you won't be able to do that as quickly, but yeah, just wait until she's in range and then scan her. And then once you're ready, turn around and just go back down the road. And it's gonna fork, and right is gonna be left is gonna be story progression, but we're not done with the right hand side yet. So turn right and just keep following this path along. And if you look up on the right hill, you can barely see some sheep up there. That's where we're gonna head right now. So there's two sheep fields. There's a lower one and an upper one up here. The black sheep is only in the upper one, so we're just gonna come here and get both colors. So you need to, scan both sheep. So the white ones,
scan the pattern, as long as the sheep were meek.
and then of course the black sheep. But they do need to be either walking or standing still before you can scan them. Okay, so once you have those, if you just look, I guess, south of this area is some water. Just run towards the water until you hit the cliffside, and we're just going to follow down to a little hidden path to get another pattern. So just keep running. Say hello to the baby sheep in this field.
These sheep seemed happy. There was no sign of danger around.
And then once you hit the cliffside, you'll see that there's an area just down below you. That's where we're going to go next. So just follow the little cliff along to the left.
That would be nice, wouldn't it?
And eventually you'll be able to see the little hill that you're going to go down to get to that area. And it's going to be that yellowish one just in front of you. So follow this around and down. And there's nothing on the far side. What we need is actually a flower over in the corner on the right. So turn right as soon as you can. And in the back is this flower that you can stomp and scan. Go ahead and stomp it. And then give it a scan. All right, and then turn around and exit out of this area and go up the hill.
Lots of big mountains here, aren't there?
And once you get up to the top, if you look straight ahead of you, there's going to be a changing machine. Go ahead and run towards that changing machine. And you can use it if you want, since you now have a little collection of patterns, but you don't have to use it if you don't want to. But what we're going to do is just run past this. And just to the left are these little grass pieces over here, and we're going to run just past those. And there's going to be a little valley that we can run through. So go to the end of this little valley, and there's going to be a memory just at the end of the path. So activate that with glitch.
He remembered the song that sang for so long, singing to the life of any. There had been so many, and now all was gone. The song was broken, no words were spoken. Who had broken the song? What had been many?
Okay, so once you have that, turn around, and we're just going to go back to the changing machine. That's going to be over on the right-hand side. Okay, and once you're here, if you look to the left, you're going to see a whole bunch of beavers. You just need to get close enough to one to scan it, and that's going to give you your next pattern. And as you can see, we also have the stomp prompt showing, and that's to move that big mama beaver out of the way of the bridge. So when you have that prompt, go ahead and stomp to get her to move. And then head over the newly cleared bridge. And just keep following this path along, and you're going to get a little cutscene.
One river down, and one more was due. Still, Glitch felt this world was in danger, even if that was hidden from view. And even more the stranger, he felt there was something he should do. Was his pull to the moon some sort of meaningful communication? Or no more than a firefly's fascination?
All right, in that cutscene, you can actually see one of the patches that we're going to get is that bright pink one down there. But for now, just follow along this path, and if you look to the left, you're going to see some squirrels singing. But if you run over there, they're going to hide away.
As the squirrels fled Stuffy,
and that's not very nice. But we're going to fix that here in a second, and they're going to become BFFs with Stuffy. So from the rightmost rock between these trees, you'll be able to see a plant that you can stop just across the way. So run up to it, give it a stomp, and then scan it with glitch. Make sure you're close enough to actually stomp the flower. And we're actually going to do the same thing we did with the grass fashion with the squirrel pattern and cover ourselves in it so that we can actually interact with the squirrels on the rocks over there. But first we're going to head right. And there's the changing machine we're going to use. But before we do, where these trees are, take the grass path leading down to the right. And just go all the way down to see that bright pink pattern that we saw in the cutscene. And scan it for the next pattern. And then head back up and go ahead and go to the changing machine. And again, we're going to cover ourselves head to toe in that squirrel pattern. So activate this with glitch. And then head over to the knitted category. And then select the squirrel pattern and just cover, oops. Try that again. Okay. And then just cover yourself completely in this pattern. Okay, and so once you have that, exit out of the machine and make your way back over to where the squirrels are. And if you notice, they are going to be singing in order, starting from left to right, and there's an empty rock that you can stand on between the third and fifth ones. And you just need to sing when it's your turn, and by sing I mean yell, but that'll count as long as you do it in order, and they're going to give you an acorn that you can scan. Alright, so go ahead and scan that with glitch. Alright, and head back to the little road here. And just follow it all the way along until you get to this little valley area. So right before the valley, we're gonna stop. And then just turn left, and there's actually a pathway just to the left as well. And this is gonna lead us to the second cave. So take the left path and follow it all the way up the mountain.
Glitch didn't think that would be the case. There was no way to tell where the path went. Stuffy thought something interesting would be around the bend. But honestly, doesn't he always?
And then go inside the cave and light it up with glitch. And then head back down the mountain. And we're going to go back to the main road and go through that valley that we saw earlier. So just follow this around. And then when you get out, just turn left. And then up by this leftmost tree is going to be the pathway. So turn left and then just follow this all the way up. Alright, and as you follow this little road, on the left-hand side is going to be another flower. It's going to be right here by this last tree. So stomp it with Stuffy. And then give it a scan. And then once you have that, the next part is going to be a point of no return. So if you're missing anything up to this point, you do need to go back and get it now before we move forward. But once you're ready to go, you're going to walk up to this pumpkin hanging off this cliffside and just give it a push into the water.
If the pumpkin did not overturn, he couldn't help but worry. He was Stuffy's guide. And with Stuffy being, well, Stuffy...
And then just follow the river all the way down. And the pumpkin will eventually be stopped by some rocks. So just jump on it as soon as you get down there. As you can see, it's stopped right down this hill. So yeah, just jump on the pumpkin when you get down there, and then it's going to take you to the next area. But again, this is a point of no return, so just double check and make sure you have everything up to this point. And then when you're ready, just walk towards the pumpkin, and the cutscene is going to start.
Had Stuffy smiling, liking the view, and enjoying the breeze. Where Glitch saw the danger of overturning, this gentle creature was at ease. Marvelous. Stuffy looked pretty happy with their detour. Lots of new green, flowery and unexplored. Glitch sighed. Maybe he shouldn't be harboring haste going towards the moon anyway. He tried to relax and to take note of their surroundings, enjoying what in turn became a pleasant delay.
Alright, so once you get off the pumpkin, go ahead and face the water and look over to the right, and you're going to see a patch on the wall. Scan that patch for your next pattern.
You can seek out so much here.
And then you're just going to head up the mountain path over on the right hand side. And this is going to be straight across from the water, but you don't need this changing machine right now. You can use it if you want. If not, you go ahead and bypass it. As before, if you do change anything on Stuffy, you want to make sure you at least have stomping feet and at least one hand that can push things. It doesn't need to be both, but you do need at least one. So just keep along this path. And it's actually going to split up here going left and right, and there's a cutscene that's going to happen, and it's going to make you automatically go to the right. So just keep walking forward and wait for that to happen.
What was this old rug doing here, blocking their way? No, Stuffy. It doesn't want to play.
Alright, and as you can see, there is a buffalo blocking our path here. We do need to scan them, but we can't scan this one, so instead, just go back down the way you came. And there's going to be the fork in the road here, so turn left, so you are taking the right path. And down at the very end is going to be another buffalo, but this time it's going to be a buffalo booty. So walk up to its little behind and then scan it for the pattern. And we do need this buffalo to move out of our way, so as you can see, Glitch is giving you another prompt, and that is to stomp just behind it, and doing so will move the buffalo out of the way. But we're going to have to stomp behind him one more time to get to the next memory, as it's in a little hidden pathway over here. So just follow the buffalo around until it stops. And right here is where that pathway is, but as you can see, we can't get through. So stomp once more to move the buffalo. And then just follow the path all the way to the end, and you're going to see the memory. So activate it with Glitch and then go through the cutscene.
Right after his birth, half asleep, blackness dark and deep, carried away, on wings of steel. Was it a dream, or something real? By something with wings, a crash, the ground, silence for ages, unwritten pages until a bird sings. Then he was found. How long had he been asleep?
Alright, so once you have that, go ahead and turn around, and as you can see, we're stuck again because the buffalo is in the way again. Just give it a stomp to move it, and then head over to the left. And it's going to acknowledge this little village part over here and kind of make it sound like there's something you need to pick up, but there's nothing over there, so just run past it and just keep following the path all the way to the river edge. So I know it turns right, but just go straight. And then once you're at the river, just follow the coast all the way to the left. And on the ground is going to be a little patch. So scan that to get your next pattern. Alright, then turn around and go back to that main road. And just follow it up this little hillside. And then if you look to the right here, you're going to see some more sunflowers. Just walk towards those sunflowers. And just as before, we're going to walk right past them. That's just going to be a reference point that we're going to use for this. And all the way on the opposite side of this area is going to be a little pathway that you can go up.
There was no sense in hurrying having a fit.
And it's going to be by the river. So on the far side, just by the river. And make your way all the way up the path. And on the ground is going to be the next patch that you can scan. So go ahead and do so. And if you didn't scan the woodpecker before, there are 2 more in this area that you can do. There's one right there, and then one is going to fly over, oh there he is, from that tree, and he's going to land on this tree over here. So again, if you haven't scanned them yet, you can do so now, but just follow along the water edge. And you'll come to this little jumping stone here. We can't use this just yet, but there is a patch on the other side that we need. So we'll be coming back to this area here in a couple of minutes. But for now, just keep following the edge of the river all the way around. And you're gonna come to this really large buffalo field. Just make your way all the way to the end of this field. And eventually you're gonna see a little changing machine. It's gonna be a little bit on the right. But just walk all the way to that changing machine to get a little cutscene.
Before them was revealed an impressive view, an endless sea of blue. To their left, a rocky ridge blocked Stuffy's way, but if they couldn't cross together, together they would stay. So how are we going to get Stuffy up there?
Alright, and when you have control of Stuffy again, if you just go a little bit to the left, you'll see that there's a flower that you can stomp over here. Go ahead and do so, and then scan it with glitch to get the next pattern. And we can't use these jumping stones just yet, so just ignore those for now. And then just run right past the changing machine.
Safe, I guess.
And just past this little patchwork area on the left-hand side is going to be a trail leading down to the beach. Go ahead and take this all the way down, and we're going to get the next cave. Alright, then all the way at the end of the beach is going to be the cave, so go inside and light it up with glitch to get the cave paintings. And that'll be the last one for this world, so that should unlock a trophy for you. And then when it does, just make your way back up the hill. And just make a note of the changing machine up here because we are going to be coming back to it in a second. That's partly why we went here first, so you guys know exactly where it's at. But just make your way all the way up the hill. And then when you get to the very top, if you look just a little left in front of you, you're going to see that there's a buffalo kind of underneath a large metallic button. And on top of the mountain that those are by is a blueprint machine. So we're going to go get that right now. So head over to that buffalo. And you'll come to find that just behind him is another buffalo. So these are part of a little puzzle that we have to complete, but we're going to get a pattern on our way to doing this. But for now, just stand behind the first buffalo and give it a stomp. And you're just going to follow him all the way around this central mountain here. All right, and stomp again when you need to.
Some of these colors are very vibrant.
And you do want him to stop on the other side. So it should be just past this little opening here. And then we do need a stomp to continue with the puzzle, but don't do that yet because there is a flower over here that we need to stomp. So just wait for him to stop. There we go. And then on this wall back here, just by these trees, is going to be a flower. Go ahead and stomp this. and then scan it with glitch. And then head back down to your buffalo. And what's going to happen here when you stomp it is it's going to go up this little ramp, and the other buffalo is going to move forward, opening up that pathway. So you need to run back the way you came and beat the buffalo to the other side and go up a ramp. So we're going to do that really quick. Stand behind the buffalo, give it a stomp, and you can see the other one is moving. So again, head back the way you came. And then go around this buffalo, and that pathway is now going to be open. And on the right hand side is going to be a hill that you can go up. So head up the hill, and then turn right, and then head up the next hill, and then use the blueprint machine, and then complete the little mini game to get your blueprint. And this is going to be the deer, which is going to allow you to jump over all those jumping stones that we've passed. So we're going to go back to that lake first and grab that one, and then we're going to move forward with the story. So just go ahead and complete this. Okay, and there's your blueprint. So in order to use this, we do need to go back to that changing machine that we were just at. So once you regain control, head back down the hill.
Up the ridge, and it would help them up the mountain once they had crossed the bridge.
And just give a nice little stomp to move these buffalo out of your way.
Looks like an awfully big mountain to climb.
And then head into the field and turn right. And then just head towards the changing machine.
Stuffy.
And again, you're just going to change your feet to the deer feet so that we can jump. So if you select the deer, you can see that there's a little icon on the right hand side. That is the jump icon. So change your feet to that.
So, eyes are the window to the soul.
And you can change anything else you want. Just make sure you keep at least one pushing hand. I know Stuffy looks a little funky right now, but that's just his life. So from the changing machine, you're going to go in the exact opposite direction, just across this buffalo field, and then up and over these little dunes. And then once you reach the river, go down this hill, you're going to follow it around to the right until we hit those jumping stones across the way. And then follow it to the left. And again, just follow the water edge, and then eventually you will hit that jumping stone. And once you do, you're going to use Stuffy's jumping ability to cross over the river. And then just go ahead and scan that patch. And then jump back across the river. And now we're going to go back up to where that changing machine was, but we're going to take the jumping stones that were just next to that flower that we stomped. So make your way back across the large buffalo field. And you can actually see the flower right there, so you can head straight towards that. But again, it's just going to be left to the changing machine. And then when you get there, just go ahead and use that jumping stone. And then make your way up the mountain. And when it curves left, it is going to split. Make sure you take the path going down. We can't go up yet because we need that rock to drop and create a bridge. So just make your way down the hill. And then when you get to this little horn thing, you're going to get the notification to yell. You want to do so when the whale is on this side. And just to show you, when you yell, it's going to jump up and then smash into the water. But he needs to be close enough to knock down that boulder. So we do need him to come all the way back around. And as you can see, that rock that was standing up just fell into the water, and that's basically what's going to happen. So just be patient and wait for him to come around. And if he's already there, then by all means, again, you want to aim for about right here in the water, just to the left of the horn. Alright.
Lots of big mountains here, aren't
Let's see
there?
if that's close enough. Alright. So yeah, if he's close enough, you'll get this little cutscene of that rock toppling over, creating a bridge for you.
Stuffy stared in awe at the creature.
So from here, just head back over and up
But
the
above
little
them,
hill.
a bridge was created.
And then you're going to take a hard right. And then go up the path up to the top of the mountain. And then just cross over that newly formed bridge. And then go left, and as you start to go down the hill, you are going to get another cutscene. So just keep following this down until that happens.
An enormous black cave came into view, tunneling for miles into the mountain, taking them through.
Alright, once you have control, go ahead and make your way down the mountain. And as you can see on the left-hand side on that little patchwork hill, there is a flower that we need to stomp, but we don't have our stomping feet. We have the deer feet, which allow us to jump, so we can't get that just yet. So instead, hug this right rock wall all the way to where these trees are. And then just in the middle of the trees on the ground is going to be a patch. Go ahead and scan that. And then make your way back around the trees. And then right of the patchwork hill, just along the path, is going to be a changing machine. So go to that changing machine and then put on some stomping feet.
Glitch didn't think all these machines belonged here, and he himself certainly did not.
And this can be the anteater, the elephant. I don't think the pig can, but we're just going to use the anteater for now because it's first. Again, just make sure they have that little stomping symbol. And then make your way back over to the patchwork hill, and we're going to get that flower, which has a pattern in it. So stomp when you're close enough, and then scan it with glitch. Alright. And now I head back towards the changing machine, but we're not going to use it. We're actually going to go past it. Just follow this little road all the way until it leads up a hill. And we're going to get a blueprint and the last blueprint as well as the last pattern here. And you can see them just up on the hill just ahead of you. There's the blueprint machine. And then on the right corner, that red patch. It's kind of hard to see, but that's what we're going to get. So just keep following this road as it curves to the left. And then curve to the right. And then once you get up this small hill, go ahead and break away from the path and turn right. And then just head all the way down to the little blueprint machine. And we do need to clear the way before we can use it. As you can see, there's a whole bunch of warthogs here, just kind of in our way. So to wake them up, give a good stomp.
The hills here look quite
And then you're going to yell to actually scare them away. And now we can use our blueprint machine. And again, this is going to be the last one, so go ahead and use glitch to activate it, and then just complete the mini game to get the actual blueprint. And there you have your goat, as well as a trophy. And from here, we're going to go ahead and get that last blueprint, or not blueprint, sorry, the last pattern. So go around the right-hand side of the machine, and you're actually going to cross the back side of it so you can get past it. And then on the ground over here is going to be the blueprint. So give that a scan. And again, this is going to be the last one you need. So you're also going to get your trophy. And then turn back around, cross the back of the blueprint machine again, and just keep heading all the way back to the main path. And you're going to follow this up the rest of the mountain until you hit a changing machine. So stop at the changing machine when you get there.
Glitch wanted to continue, but Stuffy hesitated. All Glitch wanted to do was go see the moon. Did they really have to leave here so soon? Sure, the moon was pretty, that part was clear. But why face dark tunnels when there was pretty aplenty right here? It was actually a good question. Stuffy disliked the dark, and the moon was Glitch's obsession. Glitch was a thing that helped, and a kind thing too. So forcing Stuffy to go was a thing he shouldn't do. His was a quest that Stuffy hadn't asked for.
Okay, so once you're at the changing machine, go ahead and use it, and we're going to change our feet to the deer feet so that we can jump, as we're going to need that to actually complete this world. So go ahead and change your feet, exit out of the machine, and then continue along the path. And at the very end, it will curve left, and you can see there's a little jumping stone by this little ledge over here. But before we do that, we're going to look right, and by those white flowers, there's going to be an opening in the mountainside behind it. So go ahead and go through that opening and down a very large hill, and you're going to get the last memory for this world. So just make your way all the way down, and again, activate it with Glitch, and then just watch the little cutscene. And then we're going to make our way back up and then just finish the world, because this is the last collectible that we need. And then we can move on to World 2.
Metal had a rhythm, creatures had a rhyme, until the song stuttered, released into time. Stacks had been added to overflow, zeros and 404s. What was known was lost, and peace was the cost. If only he could remember things more clearly.
Alright, so you should unlock your trophy. And when you do, just head all the way back up the hill and back to those little jumping stones. And again, there's no more collectibles here, so we're just going to finish off the story. And it's pretty short. You're just going to make your way up the rest of the mountains. So once you exit out of the little mountain area, go right to the path and just follow all these jumping stones up to the very top. And then once you reach the top cave, a cutscene will start, and then it'll go into World 2.
What a journey it had been getting here, and not just climbing this red wall. Soft hills, knitted forest, they had explored them all. Glitch had regained some of his memories, but he still felt like a stranger. This valley had been good to them, safe from danger. The cave stared at Stuffy like a monster's maw, gaping and cavernous. Who knew what waited in there, all skulking and hazardous? Stuffy, you don't have to face your fear. Glitch will go and you'll remain here. But Stuffy wasn't up for that. He would be brave. Rocks and rivers hadn't separated them, so neither would this cave. Ah, that's right. Don't let fear stop you, ever. Never. Well, Stuffy blinked and Glitch sighed, and eventually one went in, with the other as his guide. The expedition through the cave had gone on for hours past that which Glitch had planned. Now Glitch had felt at ease in the dark as such. Stuffy, as you can guess. Well, not so much. But now finally they could go and discover the mysteries hidden in this new land.
Okay, so when you regain control of Stuffy, you're just going to exit out of this cave here. And when you do, you're going to get a little cutscene. So go ahead and watch that, and then we'll continue on.
With their trip having taken so long, it was a good thing this place was lively and alluring, filled with birds of all kinds of color and song. Glitch wanted to find something to distract Stuffy with, something assuring. Knowing Stuffy, that shouldn't be hard.
Okay, and here the path actually splits, going left and right. Left is the story progression path, but there is a hidden path going down the hill to the right. So go around these little white bulb flowers here. And then down at the very bottom of the hill, you're going to see the blueprint machine that we're going to activate. So go ahead and do so. And this will get you your first blueprint of this little world. And just as before, you're going to move the hands to match the little circles scrolling along this blueprint.
I am amazed by some of these colors.
Okay, and I believe we did establish that this is a donkey blueprint. We don't really need it as of right now, but if you just go along the beach here, there is a changing machine, and we do need to change our feet. So go ahead and use that, and we need to get our stomping feet back. So the anteater is the first one, and he does stomp, so I'm just going to change my feet to those. You can choose any animal that you want as long as it can stomp, excuse me. And then once you get off the changing machine, just follow the coast all the way down to the end. And you're going to get a flower that you can stomp, and this is what they look like for this world. It's this little droopy pink and blue looking flower. So once you're close by, give it a stomp, and then scan it with Glitch. And that's going to be your first pattern. So make your way back towards the changing machine and then up and around the hill. And this is where you started. So to the left is the cave you came out of. So just go forward a little and past this first large tree. On the wall is going to be a patch that you can scan, so go ahead and do so. And then head up the rest of the way up the hill, and at the very top is going to be another flower that you can stomp, and it's going to be over on the left-hand side. So there it is, just by that tree. Go ahead and give that a stomp. And then, oh, you got to be close enough to actually get the prompt for that. And then give it a scan with Glitch.
Birds could be persuaded to carry Stuffy across the ocean.
And then turn right and just keep heading up the rest of the way up this little hill. And we're about to get our first cave, which is really easy to miss. But these two trees over on the left-hand side, if you just go around them, the cave entrance is on the left wall just behind them. Go inside and light it up with glitch, and you'll see all the cave paintings. So once you have those, exit out of the cave, and then just continue up the path.
This duck looked rather lively swimming.
And we're going to have to complete a little mini game here with this duck. As you can see, Glitch has given you the prompt to yell, and when you do so, the duck will dive down into the water and just try to grab anything that's below there. So in this tree by the little lake is an acorn. You need to stomp next to the tree to drop the acorn into the water. And then wait for the duck to come all the way around. And then you're gonna yell when it's just over this acorn, so it dives down and kicks it out of the water for you, and then we're gonna scan it. So wait for him to come around, and go ahead and give a yell. He tosses it out, and then scan this with glitch. And from here, you can use that changing machine if you want. We don't really need it right now, so we can move forward. It's completely up to you. But on the right, next to this tree, just at the bottom of this hill, is a flower that you can stomp. Walk up to it, stomp the flower, and then scan it with glitch. And then if you turn all the way right, you're gonna look at this ledge that has the pink and kind of purplish looking stripes. If you follow this around either left or right, we're gonna go around it to the right. You can get on this little section with all these flowers and trees. In the middle of the trees is a patch on the ground, so go ahead and scan that. And then once you have that, exit back out. And now we're gonna head up that really large hill that was right next to that tree. So make your way all the way up this hill. And at the top, we're gonna turn right and we're gonna get a patch really quick.
Walkways, waterfalls everywhere. They could see for miles. It was amazing, but also amazing.
And again, turn right at the top.
All these aisles.
And on the ground is gonna be a blue patch that we need to scan for a pattern.
He'd simply lift
So make your way over there and scan it with glitch. All right, and then head back to the hill. And this time we're gonna go to the right side, or excuse me, the left side of this. So just keep following this around, and by these three trees over here on the left-hand side is gonna be another flower. Stomp the flower, and then scan it with glitch. All right, and then make your way back up this little hill. And the path here is actually going to split. Going right is story progression, going left is a pattern. So we're going to head left first, but when you go through this little rock area, you are going to get a cutscene. So just go through that and then we will continue.
What were those objects? Those were metal insects. Like Glitch? No, not like Glitch. Eating the tree, undoing the stitch. Moths with wings of steel, so uncanny, so unreal, with eyes of threatening red. Why would they do that? There was nothing they could do right now, but ponder why this was happening and how.
Okay, so once the cutscene is done, just keep following the rock wall around to the left, and on the wall you're going to see the patch that you need to scan. So go ahead and do so. And now we can continue on to the next little area for the story. And we are going to need to change our feet to something that can jump. So we are going to need, we're just going to use the deer feet again. That's a pretty safe bet for it. So once you get into this area with these three trees, one of them is pink, you're going to turn around to the right. And up the hill is the changing machine. So go ahead and change your feet while you're here. And again, that's going to be the deer. Okay, and just to explain what's about to happen, there is a bird in that nest on top of that rock, like just across the way, and there's a red acorn that we need to scan, but if we get too close to that bird, it's going to scare us away. So we need him to go over to that nest over there, and to do so, we're going to just squawk at the little babies that are in that nest, and he's going to fly over, and then we're going to have to race up the whole mountainside, scan the acorn before he gets back. Sounds simple, right? Of course. I promise it's not
Glitch
that
saw
bad.
that Stuffy wanted to test its clumsy self against the bird, and protested, "It can fly. We'll never reach that high. I fear that would be absurd." A shout would start the test, and give Stuffy a chance to prove they could reach the crane's nest.
Alright, so once that cutscene is done, just head over to this little jumping stone and then jump up the stone. And then at the very end, you're just going to give a yell up to this nest, and that's going to call the mama bird over. And from there, we are going to start the race. So make your way back down the jumping stones. And then all the way down the hill, past this large button. And we're going to go straight through the cave here. And there is going to be a patch on the wall that we can scan, but we're going to get that after we're done here just to make sure we don't waste any time. But just follow the path through the cave and out the other side, and then turn right. And you're going to see another jumping stone. And you're just going to follow this entire path up. There's probably about, I would say 14 jumping stones that we need to pass. So again, just be patient and make your way all the way up. And then at the very end of this path is going to be the nest where the mama bird was sitting with the acorn that we need to scan. So just keep going up all the stones. And then you're going to head on this big giant rock. And then on the opposite side of the rock is going to be the next little jumping stone. And then just keep following it along. And there's the nest, so jump over once more. And then walk up to the acorn so that you can scan it. And then unfortunately you do have to jump back across everything, so just make your way back. And we're going to go back through that cave where that yellow patch on the wall was, so we're going to grab that on our way. So just make your way all the way through these jumping stones again.
The breeze carries such colourful scents.
Alright, and then when you reach the very bottom, just turn right and we're going to go through the cave. And then follow the path down.
Top, you can
And then just by this water on this left wall is going to be the patch, so give that a scan.
you could even see further.
And then head out the cave. And we're actually going to go straight back to that changing machine right next to this button. So make your way just across the hill. And we're going to change our feet back to stomping feet because we do need that for the next part. So again, I'm just going to use the anteater feet because it's the first square and that works. And then exit out of the changing machine. And now we're going to head down the hill and then up the hill to the right. And as you can see, there's a large yellow tree here. When you stomp it, a yellow yarn ball will drop and this beetle will move out of the way for you. Otherwise, it won't let you pass. So go ahead and get close enough to the tree to stomp it.
It stood there, staring,
And then there's the yarn ball, there's the beetle.
Could it somehow be diverted?
And you'll be doing this to unlock quite a few doors in this world, so just remember how you did that. And then he's going to take this all the way to sort of a key to unlock a door. That little chimney looking structure, that's where he's going to put the yarn ball, and it's going to open up the door with the yellow light on it. So yellow light, yellow yarn ball. We don't actually need this door, I'm just showing you what happens so that you can see it. But there he goes, and there goes the door. So just remember that for the future, because we're going to be doing that quite a few times. But for now, just go to the right and go through the cave. And when you get out the other side, immediately turn right. And you're going to see the next little memory here. So activate the memory.
First there was the song, then there was the crash. A heart, a mind, more of his kind, carried away. Away from the moon, over wild green, crossing the blue, above trees of red, red mountains ahead. Then the song died. Ending his ride he fell, to sleep forever, until he was found to start this endeavor. He had been here before, briefly. They were retracing his flight. Amazing.
Okay, so once you have that, we're going to get our next blueprint. So just walk over. Behind where this memory is this large button on the cliff side, and this is where a split in the road is. So we're going to take the path going down first, and you can see the blueprint all the way down at the bottom. So just run to that and activate it with glitch, and we're going to complete the minigame just as we did before, moving the hands to match the dots scrolling along the blueprint. So activate this, and this is going to give you the cat blueprint.
It's a lot breezier here.
Alright, so once you have your blueprint, we're also going to get a pattern while we're down here. Wait for you to regain control. Okay, so once you have control, you're going to look behind the back right boulder, right from where the machine is. And on the other side is going to be a patch that you can scan. So go ahead and scan that with glitch. And then from here, you're going to make your way back up the hill. And at that button where that split was, now we're going to take the path going up. And at the top is going to be a changing machine that we're going to use to switch one of our hands to the cat hand, because that will allow us to press buttons. So again, at this button on the cliffside, take the path going up. And at the very top is a changing machine, so go ahead and jump in the changing machine. And you are going to have two different types of hands here. It's going to look a little funny, but you do want to keep one hand so that you can still push doors and stuff. So one hand will push, the other hand will push buttons. Oh, Fluffy, you are a disaster. Okay, so, and just to show you, this is the door that beetle opened. So again, we didn't need that. We needed everything in between. So from here, just follow this path, and it actually goes downhill. It kind of looks like a cliffside, but it does go downhill. And at the very bottom is a lift with a console on it. And then because you have the cat hand equipped, you can go ahead and press that button.
Stuffy, well, a bit of a clutch. A new shape was needed.
And then just take the path when the lift reaches the bottom.
These cliffs
And then
were
follow it along.
But what did it all mean? Moths gnawing on wool.
And this cave is not a collectible related cave, so just make your way through it. You don't need to shine your light or anything on it, but at the end, turn right.
For sure.
And at the very top of this hill, there's going to be a changing machine, and just to the right of the changing machine is going to be a door, and that's where we need to go to get the next memory. So, almost there. Alright, so there's the changing machine, and there's the door, and we do need to go left for story progression, so real quick, just walk up to the door and give it a push. And you can only push it if it has that little symbol or patch on the door itself. If it doesn't, like this light, you can't push this. You need the beetle to open up this door, which is what we're going to do now. So as you can see, the door is yellow as well as the little lock to it. And there's your beetle. And this is a red tree, which will drop red yarn, which we don't need. And this is the yellow tree, which will drop yellow yarn, which we do need. So get close enough to stomp it. And then your little beetle friend's gonna go grab the yarn ball. And then when he brings it back over, the door is gonna open and then just go on through it. Okay. And then just follow the path around to the right, and at the very top is going to be the memory. Scan that with glitch.
These cliffs have changed. Deemed too dangerous for Stuffy's kind, yet something had happened while Glitch was blind. Somehow they came. What was their aim? Was it fear that led them and metal they fled then? They lived in the caves, walking the ways. Did they still hide here?
Alright, so from here, you're going to make your way back down the hill. And you can punch the door to get out, so go ahead and do so. And then go through the next door. And you should be back at the changing machine now. So from here, just follow this path going straight. And you can actually see where we're going next. If you look off the right cliff, there is a large gray patch on that rock wall just down the way, and that's where we're going to go right now. So just follow this path around. And then when it starts to go downhill, go ahead and follow it. And then just to the left is the area with that patch. So go inside and then scan the left wall to get the pattern. And then head back up the hill. And we're going to do a little mini game to get the next patch here. Or, sorry, the next pattern. It's actually going to be an acorn. But when you keep following this path down, as you can see, there's a mole sticking out of a hill here. When you get too close, he's going to disappear and pop out of the next hole down. And you just want to keep scaring him and pushing him forward until he reaches the last pipe. And then he's going to give you an acorn. So again, just run by him. And then if you just keep following the path, you'll run by him anyways. So there he goes again. And then down to the next one. And the next one. And this is the last one. So when you scare him, he's going to give you an acorn. And there you go. So scan that acorn to get the next pattern. Alright, and from here, just follow the path going right. And you're going to follow this path for a little bit of a ways until we get to the next collectible that we need. So just follow it all the way past a waterfall, and then we're going to stomp on a flower to get our next pattern.
A shadow was falling on this land, even here. Machines were everywhere, moved by unknown motives, coal and gear. Now some of them littered.
Okay, so in this, it's a little bit larger of a pathway here, but when you reach it on the left-hand side is going to be the flower. So stomp it, and then scan it with glitch. And then if you just hug the right side going up the rest of this hill, you'll see that there's a little lower section that you can walk on. At the very end of this is the next memory, so walk up to it and activate it with glitch.
Metal has a rhythm, that is part of the song. Singing harmony so artfully, together they are strong. Every gear in the clock is a part of the flock. All machines that thrive play a part in the hive, serving one function, but without the refrain, not in conjunction. Things, a lot of things, were not as they should be.
Okay, sorry about that. Somebody was like revving an engine. I know it was picking up on the mic. Okay, so when you get that memory, go back to the main path and it actually leads up, so just take a hard right at the very end here. And you're gonna go to the next little mini game where we're gonna get our next pattern.
A mysterious gleam came towards them, and much to their surprise, a peculiar shaped mushroom attracted tiny fireflies. They could be prompted to give quite the show, for Glitch's light could make the mushrooms glow.
Okay, so basically what we need to do here is lure these little fireflies from one mushroom to the second mushroom, which just kind of acts as a checkpoint, and then finally to this last little flower over here so that the frog will be attracted to them and move out of our way. So to do so, we just need to shine Glitch's light on each flower in order. You don't need to use his actual light bulb ability, just his little beam will work fine. So just do them in order. And you do have to be kind of quick about it because they will lose attraction and go back to the mushroom if you don't illuminate the next one quick enough. Which is why we do want to get this second mushroom, because this is a checkpoint and it will prevent you from having to start over should something go wrong in this last part. So from here, bring them back. And the frog is going to move. But before we go through, we can scan it to get another pattern. So go ahead and do so. All right, and then just follow this path all the way up the hill. And you're going to come to a changing machine with a door just on the right of it. And we're going to go through that door for the next little pattern. All right, so there's your changing machine. And just to the right is the door, so push it open.
Something seems off here.
And just on the left-hand side, you can see there's some bamboo sticks with a rock pile next to it.
Another insect.
In the middle of this rock pile is the patch.
Waiting for
Go
it.
ahead and scan that to get your next pattern.
One could wonder what they did with it all.
And then just continue along the path. And as you can see here, you have a red tree and a yellow tree, and we need those to open up this door and a door that is actually behind here. But before we do that, in the back left corner is a flower that we can stomp and scan. So head over by this really big tree and then stomp the flower and then scan it. All right, and now let's get these doors open. So there is a beetle on the other side of this door here, and his door is red. So what you want to do is shoot a red yarn ball over the wall so that it goes to the other beetle, and then hit the yellow tree to drop a yarn ball for this one. So really quick, just stomp next to the red tree. And then he's going to grab a red yarn ball and stick it in a little machine. Stomp next to the yellow tree. And he's going to come grab the yellow yarn ball. And I don't know if we're going to do it on the first run. The past couple of runs I've done, it hasn't worked the first time. But when the door opens, if you look across the way, there's a red door here. And again, it was not quite quick enough, but we're going to get it here on the second time. But again, the red door opens with the red yarn ball that we're going to shoot over. So go back. And then just stomp next to the red tree. Run over to the yellow tree. And then immediately stomp there. And it should work this time, so when he brings back the yellow yarn ball, the door will open, and then the red door will open just across the way. And there's the red door, so head on through it. And here we're going to get a couple of more patches as well as a blueprint. As you can see, the path splits here. If you go forward, that's story progression, and if you go right, it's where we're going to get a cave and 2 blueprint. 2? Yeah, I think it's 2. Patterns and 1 blueprint. So head right down the hill. And when you start to get to the gray rock, the path will split again. You can go straight to the blueprint, which we can't quite reach yet, or turn left, so turn left first, and just head towards the tree with the bright pink plants on it. And there's a little pathway just to the left of those that will lead down to the cave, so head on inside and light it up with glitch. Oh, nope, wrong one. Alright, there we go. Okay, so there's the cave paintings for the collectible, so make your way out of the cave. And then instead of going back up the hill, we're going to finish going down. And as you can see, there's 3 really large red buttons here. We're going to come back to these here in a second, but first, just go to the end of this pathway, and there's going to be a patch down on the ground. And this is actually going to be hilly fashion, which we'll need to bypass the snake a little later in the game. So make sure you grab this before going on. And then head back to the big red buttons. And now we're going to complete the next puzzle to extend the bridge so that we can reach that blueprint. So head back to the buttons. And it's going to give you, well, it probably already gave you a little tutorial on it, but basically what's going to happen is when you hit a red button, the pillar that's associated with it will go up 2 spots, but any pillar touching it will go down 1. And you need them all to be extended to create a bridge going across here at the top. So to do so, you want to hit the left button, so just stomp on it. And you want to hit this twice. So 1, 2, and then hit the right button twice. So 1, 2, and then hit the center button. And you're going to hit this twice as well. And from here, you're just going to go right, and then center, and then finally left. And there's your bridge. So make your way back up the hill, and then turn left to get to that pathway. And then make your way across, and then just activate the blueprint machine and complete the mini game, just as you've done before. And this will give you the Rhino blueprint. Okay, so once you have that, we're going to go back all the way up the hill, and now we're going to take the story progression path. So just turn around, and again, just run all the way back up the hill. And when you reach the very top, go ahead and turn right. And then just follow this path all the way up and around the mountain.
If not for the curve of the world, we could even see further.
And then on or around this tree is going to be the cutscene for the little cart you're going to take down. So take that down, and then we will continue collecting all sorts of patterns and things.
It did not seem very dangerous, and using it might prove to be advantageous. The cart carried them through the sky fast and free, but also illustrated it wasn't all as it pretended to be. This machinery had...
Okay, so once you land, look at the red trees just in front of you, and just to the right on the wall is going to be a patch. Go ahead and scan that.
Observation. Oh, how naive.
And then to the right of this is a cave that we can go through. This is not a cave for the cave painting collectibles, it's just a little pathway. But make your way through, and at the very end, turn right and you're going to see the next blueprint machine. So go ahead and activate that and then complete the mini game.
I can't believe how many birds live here.
Okay, and there's your little rabbit blueprint. Alright, so head back through the cave. And we're going to go past the cart that we arrived on, so past the patch that we scanned earlier, and then past our little cart. And if you just look up on this cave entrance, there's going to be another patch that you can scan. Get right under it and then scan it. Alright, then make your way through this little cave area, and then on the other side is a hill going up a mountain. Make your way up to the top of the mountain.
At one point, Glitch had known more about all this. The caves with Stuffy paintings told him a little, but little good. Memory machines gave him visions.
And when you reach this changing machine, go ahead and make a stop here, because we're going to change our feet as well as our pattern. So activate it with Glitch. And we need a feet that can jump, so that's going to be basically the rabbit, or again the deer, the one that we've been using this entire time. Just make sure you equip those before we go forward. And you also need to equip the fashion pattern that we picked up earlier, and that's going to be the hilly fashion in the other category. And you want to cover yourself completely in this fabric. And then once you're ready, go ahead and exit out of the changing machine.
Something mysterious about these parts.
And then just head right up the path.
Put my finger on it.
And this grassy area we're going to come back to here in a second, but first we're going to go get a memory and then get past the snake. So first, go up the right, and then just by these two cactus is a jumping stone. So use the jumping stone and then make your way down to where that large snake is on the left-hand side. And just as in World 1, if you walked up to him without wearing this, he would have been like, oh, I need you to match before I can move. So we're one step ahead of him, and we're ready for him. So just walk up to him, and he'll move his tail for you.
Such fun. But you did well, and now we're done. Ridiculous creature.
Alright, so walk past him, and just in this little area is going to be the memory, so activate it with Glitch.
All insects are devised to be specialized, to perform one single task, lurking beneath a woolen mask, working together bound by a tether, towards an objective, As a collective, okay. But to what objective?
Okay, so once you have that, exit out of this area and we're going to go back up that hill and back across the jumping stones and all the way back to the changing station. So back up the hill. And then up the jumping stones. And then down to the left to that changing station. And here we just mainly need to change our feet, but if you want to go ahead and change your fabric as well, you are more than welcome to. I know this is a little extra, so I wouldn't blame you, but I'm just going to change my feet just to make this quicker. So again, you just need something that stomps. The anteater is fine, or any other animal that does. I'm just going to use that because it's the first one. So when your feet are changed, head back up the hill to the right. And now we're going to go into this grassy area on the left-hand side. So there's actually two patterns we're going to get here. If you go all the way to the other side, you'll see that there's a door and we need a red yarn ball to open this. And across the way is that tree that drops the red yarn ball. So that'll open up that door for us where we'll get one of the patterns. Then the second one is going to be this acorn that is next to these mole hills here, or mole holes. But if you get too close to it, the mole will pop out and steal it and then pop it out on the other side. So again, just get too close, mole grabs it and then pops it out. So you want the acorn to be in the hole closest to the red tree. So we're just going to do that one more time. And now what's going to happen, well, first make sure you don't get too close to that because you need that to stay there. But when you stomp the tree to get the red yarn ball for the beetle will frighten the mole and cause it to move the acorn. So you need to be standing by this hole when that happens so that you can quickly scan it. So just run up to the red tree, go ahead and give it a stomp, and then make your way all the way back to that hole. And then just wait for it. And as soon as you see it, scan it with glitch. There you go. And you do have to be quick or else the mole will take it. And then here comes your beetle. And he's going to open up that door for you. And there's going to be a flower on the other side. So wait for that to open. And then on the left side is the flower. So get close enough to stomp it. And then scan it. All right, and now you can punch this door to get back through it. So go ahead and do so. And now just go directly across this area and back up the little desert hill. And as you continue forward, you're gonna get a little cutscene. So just keep going forward until that happens.
What was that? Behind the rocks, an immense eagle fought off a spider made of metal. It had the eagle cornered, forcing it to battle. The spider from Glitch's visions. Stuffy, run! But Stuffy wouldn't run. They had to make a stand. Glitch could think of something smart, and Stuffy could lend a hand.
Okay, so once the cutscene is done, you're just going to follow this path down and around to the left. And you're going to reach that little rock area where they are fighting, and you just need to save the bird from the spiders. So once you get up this hill, just look on top of this little rock formation and you'll see there's a brown dirt rock up at the very top. So make your way all the way up, and you're just going to push that rock over so that it hits the spider.
The spider scurried off.
And that's also going to open up that new pathway to that area where they both just went. So make your way back down this little rock formation.
They had worked together and helped the bird in its plight, even without receiving a token of gratitude.
And then into the area where the spider and the bird were, and where the bird was is a patch on the ground. So make sure you scan that. And then just turn around and go through the opening to the new area. And if you hug the right hand side, there's going to be a hill that goes down on the right. Go down there to get a flower that also has a pattern. And you do need stompy feet for this, which we do have. So if you don't have them for some reason, you're going to have to go back and get them. But when you're next to the flower, give it a stomp. And then go ahead and scan it. And then make your way back up. And then turn right so that you go into the new area. And here's going to be a couple of peacocks just kind of roaming around. When you get close to them, they're going to open up their feathers. And then just scan one of them with glitch. And then just keep heading forward, and you can see a zip line here. We're going to take another cart down to the next area. This tree, you need to go around the left-hand side in order to reach it. So just follow this around. And then get in the cart. And then press the button. Okay, and when you get off the cart, you will immediately see the last blueprint machine directly in front of you. Go ahead and activate that with glitch and complete the mini game to get the blueprint. Alright, and there's your last blueprint, so you're also going to get a trophy. And then just to the right of this blueprint machine on the ground is going to be another patch. Scan that with glitch, and this is actually a story-related patch that you need for the section coming up. But before we go forward, come back just a tad bit, and you'll see that there's a path that goes down on the right-hand side. This leads to the third and final cave of this world. So go inside it and light it up with glitch. And you're going to get a trophy. And when you do, make your way back up the hill. And then turn right. And we're going to follow this path all the way up to the next area and get another pattern. But the pattern is, again, going to be story related. We need them to pass the spider that's coming up. So just keep following this all the way up. And then at the top directly in front of you by some like white stone, I guess, is a flower that you can stomp. So go ahead and do so and then scan it. And then you're just going to walk up the hill just a little bit and a cutscene is going to start.
The spider lurked here. Stuffy should not be seen. Blending in with the surroundings might fool the machine.
Okay, so as you can see in front of you, the path splits to the green and red pattern and then the pink, black, and orange pattern. We need to get the green and red pattern all over us so that the spider does not see us. Otherwise, he is going to kill us. So using the changing machine, go ahead and change your fabric. And it's going to be under the pattern section, and it's going to be, I think it's Sheriff, I don't know how to pronounce it, but this red and green pattern right here. And just make sure you're fully covered head to toe in it. Okay, and once you are, go ahead and take the left path, and because you blend in with the ground, the spider can't see you. And you're just going to follow this all the way around. And then at the very end is going to be a flower that you can stomp. So walk up to it, give it a good stomp, and then scan it with glitch. And this is going to be the last story related pattern that we need for this area. So once you have that, exit all the way back to that changing machine, and we're going to change our pattern one more time. So run all the way back. And now we're going to match the path going to the right, which is going to be this pink, orange, and black pattern. And that's called Glen. So go to the changing machine, open it up, and then go over to pattern. And again, you're going to put Glen all over so that it completely covers you. Try not to hit the blueprints if you can help it. Alright, so once you're fully covered, exit out of the machine, and now we're going to go along the path to the right. And again, because we blend in with the ground, the spider can't see us. And we're just going to follow this around until we get to another changing machine. And as you can see, past this changing machine, the pattern has changed. And that's going to be the Waldo pattern that we just picked up. So activate the machine and change the pattern on your body. So go to pattern and then Waldo, and just cover yourself completely in this new pattern. Okay, and once you're ready, exit out. And you're just going to follow this path along, and before we reach the end is actually this sand hill right here. Don't go up there because it starts a cutscene almost immediately when you touch it, and we need 2 more collectibles before we go up there. So first we're going to turn left from that sand hill and go all the way down to the end, and you can see it from here. There's a patch at the very end here. Scan that with glitch. And that's going to get you a trophy. And then head back the other way, and now we're going to go to the right side from the sand hill. And there's going to be a little lift here, and we're going to get the last memory. So around this rock is the lift. Use the console. And then down at the very bottom, just go around this tree here to the right, and there's the memory, and activate that with glitch.
Machines organize, color to color, fabric to fabric. They're drawn to life, sorting strife. It spelled demise, wool was chaos, Stuffies were life. Without song, it would go wrong. Color to color and wool to core. What once thrived lived lives no more. But no, what had happened to those of Stuffy's kind? Had they fled?
Okay, and that's going to get you another trophy. So from here we can go ahead and finish the level. So go back to the lift here, activate the button to bring it up. And now we're going to go up to that sand hill that we kept passing. And again, pretty much immediately when we touch it, it's going to start a cutscene to finish off this level. And then we can start World 3. So make your way back and then just turn right.
That red, menacing look. The spider came their way, staring at Stuffy like he was a woolen buffet. Stuffy had to run like a fool. The spider was after his stuffing, after his wool. Now move, both of you! And away they were, lifted up by wings of wool into the sunset, away from the hills, away from the threat. As if guided by some instinct, the eagle took them far from the shore and over the ocean, as if it had flown like this before. The eagle flew towards the horizon above the deep blue sea, giving Stuffy the sensation of flying, weightless and feeling free. eagle left them behind on distant shores stranded. A beach full of big debris adrift. Where had they landed? To their left, a distant jungle followed the river inland, as high dunes seemed to contain them on this stretched-out strand.
Alright, so when you regain control after you start World 3, go ahead and go down the path just a tiny bit, and on the left-hand side is going to be the first memory, just behind a tree. Go ahead and activate that with glitch and go through the little cutscene for it.
Machines gleam, cold and stark, bright in the fire that burns in the dark. Cold blue steel and sparkling gold, polished to shine for ages told. Then time had exploded, insects had corroded. Some of these machines must have been here for 100 years or more.
Alright, and then finish going down the hill, and at the bottom you can see that there's a blueprint machine. Go ahead and activate that with glitch, and then complete the minigame to get the blueprint. And I believe this is going to be a dodo bird. I'm not 100% positive on that. It kind of looks like a flamingo. So I'm pretty sure it's a dodo though. But yeah, so just complete the blueprint puzzle. And then you'll go ahead and get that. Okay, so there's your blueprint. And down this path is going to be a changing machine, and we're actually going to use that before we go forward, because this pattern gives us a wing, which not only enables us to fly, but greatly increases your travel speed.
I fear that would be absurd. Although...
Okay, so make your way down this path. And then there's the changing machine on the left-hand side, so just go down a tiny bit more. And then pop in the changing machine. And again, we're just going to change one of our hands to a wing. And that's going to be the toucan, or not toucan, sorry, the dodo bird. And it doesn't matter which one you change right now, because we're going to be changing hand again here in a couple of minutes. So just choose either one, doesn't matter. I'm just gonna choose the button hand, I guess. So now we have a tiny little wing. And to fly, you just select the feather with Stuffy. And as you can see, it greatly increases our travel speed. So go down the rest of the way and you're gonna get to this little mechanism here. But before we use that, we're gonna scan this red lobster in this area, and that's gonna give us our next pattern. And then head over to this device, and this is going to be a little stomping mini game. If you're flying, you need to hit the feather again so that you can land, but it's kind of like a pipe dream puzzle. You need to spin these little hexagon pieces so that the flow goes from one red light to the other. So let's go ahead and start spinning those. And just keep going around. Oh, I think I went one too many. Alright, let's see.
Such a peaceful palette of colors. Deceivingly peaceful.
Yeah, okay. can fix that really quick. And again, you just want to make sure the red is flowing from one side to the other. And that'll light up this little power source here to this door at the very end. And this is the exit door for this world, and we need a couple of power sources to get it going, so that's going to be the first one. And from here we can start collecting. This world is pretty open. It's probably the most free roam that you'll find in this game. So the actual path you need to take will probably vary for everybody depending on if you're using a guide or not. So from here, just activate your wings with the feather and then just cross over the water to this island with this really large propeller on it. And in the middle of the island is a clamshell. And if you land on the ground, these are the items that we need to stomp to open before we can scan them for this world. So once you're close by, go ahead and stomp it and then give it a scan. And we're gonna get 2 more patterns while we're here. Over on the, well, on my left hand side, this is gonna vary for everybody because they kind of crawl around, but you're gonna see a little blue crab with a shell on it. Get close enough to scan it, and that's gonna give you another pattern. And then also on this island in a random location is gonna be a really large red crab. I thought I just saw him. Oh, he's over there. Yeah, so this is gonna vary for everybody in regards to location, but just get close to him and then give him a scan for the next pattern.
The beach is so full of life.
All right, and then while you're facing this huge gear that is blocking the water here, put on your wings and then fly over to the left-hand side. And then just follow this path all the way up and you're gonna get to the first cave. And then head inside and then light it up with glitch. All right, then head back down the path. And then at the bottom, if you just look over across the water, you'll see that there's some dark sand over here. There's a spider that crawls around in here that will kill us if we go there, so we need to get him out of the way before we can get the stuff in there. So for now, just right up there is a large metal chain-like item. It's more of like a piston, I guess, but just fly up towards that. And then directly behind it is going to be a large gear in the ground. Just go towards the gear. And behind the gear to the left is going to be a clamshell. So if you're flying, make sure you land and then stomp to open it and then scan it. There we go. And then put your wings back on. And just across the water, right of that water wheel is kind of like a white patch. We're gonna aim for the beach just right of there. So fly across the water and do not stop because there is a monster that will kill you if you do. So just keep flying, and as long as you're moving, you'll be good. But once you reach the shore, you'll see that there's a clamshell up here. So make your way up there, land, stomp to open it, and then scan inside. All right, so now what we're gonna do is equip our wings again, and now head down to the water wheel. And we can't do anything with this just yet. We do need a certain animal's hands that we are about to pick up here in a couple of minutes. So for now, just go towards the brown rock wall, and just keep it on your left and head towards the coast. And as you can see, there's a changing machine over on the right-hand side. And then from here, there is going to be an opening. If you turn left, just go through this little opening and follow this path around kind of towards the center. And you're going to get a little cutscene here with the spider getting stuck in the wall. That's where we want him. So now we can go into the area with the dark sand.
Who's laughing now? The threat was gone, but Stuffy hadn't been that afraid anyhow. Right. Well done.
Okay, so from the spider, you're just gonna, well, equip your wings first to make this go faster. keep this brown rock wall on your right side and just follow it all the way around. And you're going to go through the water a little bit to get to the other side. But just keep it on your right. And then you're going to enter the area with the dark sand, but just keep following the wall around. And tucked in the corner is going to be the next memory. Activate that with glitch.
Disorder and neglect. What first were tools now lay wrecked, broken and never repaired, while life fled and despaired. Machines would scatter their throng, mindless without song, without rhythm and without rhyme, destroying all if given time. These machines did not belong here, yet somehow they had at some point in time.
Okay, so once you have that memory, go ahead and activate your wings again. And you're just going to keep following along this rock wall all the way to where that spider was on the other side. So just keep following it. And here's the spider. He can't attack you, but you can walk up to its butt and give it a scan for your next pattern. And then from here, just turn around, and over on the right in this little dirt area is a patch on the ground. Give that a scan as well. And then make your way out of this little area, but down to the water again. And we're just going to follow the coast around. And eventually you're going to come to about 4 starfish on the beach over here. And just past these is a clamshell. So there's the clamshell. Make sure you land before you try to open it. But stomp to open it and then scan it with glitch.
We could use an ocean cleaner.
Okay, and then equip your wings again. Oops. And just to get a little cutscene out of the way, follow this as it turns right to this little area hanging out in the water.
Ha! A blueprint machine just off the shore, but the path to it was no more. I would not advise you to fly to the isle. For creatures like Stuffy, the seas can act quite hostile.
And just so you know what's going to happen, we do need to put jumping feet on, which is what we're going to do next, but we're going to call the turtle over and then cross it to get to that blueprint across the way. So first we need to change our feet. So from here, just keep following the coast over to the left, and then use the changing machine here at the end. And again, we just need jumping feet, so the deer feet will work just fine for this. And then exit out, put on some wings, and then go back to where that jumping stone was, where the turtle cutscene happened. So over here, and then go ahead and land. And first we're gonna call him, so call the turtle over. And then when he gets over, we're gonna be able to use the jumping stone, so use the jumping stone to get on his back. And then on the other side, we're gonna use that blueprint machine. Okay, so use the jumping stone. And head across the way. And then use glitch to activate the blueprint machine, and then complete the mini puzzle, or the mini game, excuse me, to get the blueprint. And this is going to give you the raccoon blueprint, which is going to be incredibly beneficial. So when we're done with this, we're actually going to go back to that changing machine and change both our hands and our feet. So first we're just going to complete this.
Deceivingly peaceful.
So once you have your blueprint, go ahead and use the jumping stone to get back on the turtle, and he'll take you back to the main island. So use the jumping stone. Okay, go ahead and equip your wing. And just as before, mentioned before, we're going to go over to the right and use this changing machine before we go any further, because that raccoon blueprint is incredibly helpful. So go down to your raccoon. And as you can see, its feet allow you to jump and stomp, which will save you time in the future. So go ahead and change your feet to those. And you also want to change your non-wing hand, so mine's going to be the left hand, to a raccoon hand because it can push buttons and pick things up, which is what we're going to need here in just a minute. So now we have a ridiculous looking Stuffy, but once you're ready, go ahead and exit out of the changing machine and equip your wing. And as you can see, we have a whole wheel of abilities now. So put your wings on so we can fly. And you're just gonna fly just across this dark sand here, all the way to the other side. So kind of towards where that brown rock wall is. And just across the water, you can see that water wheel that we passed earlier. That's where we're going right now. So make your way just across the water to it. And then make sure you land when you get there. And then you're going to go up to this little console here, and you're just going to keep pushing the button until you get a bucket that has gears in it. So it's going to be, I think, 3 or 4 presses. Let's see. There we go. Okay, so when the gears appear, you want to use the little picking up hand ability to grab it. And it won't actually physically show you carrying it, but you can see it in your inventory if you hit R2. Just be sure not to accidentally hit that ability again, or you will lose your gear. Just to show you, I just tried to use it, there goes the gear, and I lost it. So if you do that, you do have to come back here and pick up another one before you can continue with the story. But from here, once you have your little gear, equip your wings. And if you look across the water, you're going to see that there is a large brown rock structure with a little white bone just in front of it. This is going to be the next cave. So just cross the water and make sure you don't stop, or else that monster is going to eat you.
Below you! Get out of the way!
But once you get to the rock, just in front is the cave entrance. So go inside and use your light. And that's going to be cave 2 of 3. And we're going to get a pattern here as well. So just around, or sorry, when you come out of the cave, turn left and follow the mountain around. And just on the ground down here is going to be the patch. So scan that. All right, and then from here, just head back towards the cave entrance. And then since there's one right here, I'm just going to show you it really quick. Scattered around the next couple of areas are going to be these little baby turtles. They are a pattern that we need to scan, so you need to use glitch to get them. They move slow, but not quite slow enough. You kind of have to wait for them to stop, so that one just did. There we go. And again, there's going to be multiple scattered throughout here, so you'll have more than one opportunity to get that if you can't get it here. So from the cave entrance with the water on your left, you're just going to go straight kind of towards in this like greenish sand area. And then just over this hill, you're going to see smoke from a changing machine. Kind of head towards that changing machine, and then on the left hand side you're going to see some water with a drill. go ahead and go towards that
Things
drill,
weren't right on this beach. If
and then land if you're
recently
flying,
invaded this frontier, why
and then walk up to the drill, and that's where you're going to place that gear. And this is going to be another power source for that final door.
the logic
So once that's going, it'll do a little cutscene.
though he was sure it was all connected.
Okay, and before we move forward, we're going to go ahead and get a randomly placed patch. So with your back facing the drill, there's a huge sand mountain in front of you. Go ahead and go up the right side of that mountain. And there's going to be a patch on the ground. It's going to be a bright green patch. So scan it when you get close enough. Alright, then head back down past the drill machine and then past the changing machine. And on the coast is going to be another clamshell, so fly on over there. And there's also a baby turtle here if you didn't get one before. But head over to the clamshell, make sure you land before you try to stomp it. But stomp it and then scan it. And then go ahead and put your wings back on. And you're just going to follow this little river up to where these 5 turtles are swimming back and forth. And we're going to cross those to get over to this small island on the left-hand side. So just in front of the turtles, what you're going to do is yell to stop and flip them over to create yourself a bridge. Show you that here in a second. Alright, so you might not get all 3 at one time. I actually got kind of lucky with that. But again, you're just going to yell to flip them. And they won't flip over with you on it, so this isn't super timed or anything. As long as you're standing on it, it won't flip over. So just wait for the last one. And flip it over. Okay, so when you go up this little hill, go ahead and turn left. And if you just hug the little coastline, here's another baby turtle if you need one. There's going to be a memory here, so activate that with glitch.
At all this disorder, he felt naught but guilt, a world of quilt, soft to the touch, cold in its heart. A thin veneer over plate and gear, bared on this beach, its teacher gone, no more lessons to teach. A cold heart? A teacher? What teacher? Were these memories even his?
Okay, so once you have that, go ahead and put your wings back on. And you're just going to keep following this coastline all the way to this back corner, and there's a clamshell tucked behind this tree. So stomp it to open it up. Make sure you land first. And then scan it to get the pattern. And then go ahead and put your wings back on. And we're going to head all the way to the other side of the island to get the next patch. And this is actually going to be the patch or the pattern we need to cross the snake later in this level. So here it is on the ground on the left-hand side. Go ahead and give it a scan. And now we're going to head back across the turtles. So head over to that side of the island. And just as before, you're just going to give out a yell to turn them around when they're close by. And create yourself a little bridge here. There's one. Okay, so once you've done that, go ahead and go up the little hill and turn left, and you're going to go all the way down until you reach a large metallic door, and you're going to get a little cutscene when you actually get there. So just keep heading all the way down, and then we'll come back after that cutscene is done.
Only one bridge led away from here and over the river, blocked by a metal gate that somehow had Glitch shiver. The way out of the beach was blocked for Stuffy feet. It wasn't enough to feed the machine energy and heat. Some parts weren't turning, as if deliberately broken. Could all its parts somehow be rewoken? A wanderer's approach is what I beseech, so keep your eyes open and explore this wrecked beach.
Okay, so once that cutscene is done, just head over to this glowing power wire. I'm not really sure what to call this right now, but we're going to get another randomly placed pattern really quick following this. So keeping it on your left hand side, just follow it all the way along. And there's going to be this large patchwork sort of mountain on your right hand side. Head up the far side of that mountain. And there's going to be this patch here on the other side. So scan that before you go forward. All right, and now you're going to head back to the little power wire thing and then just backtrack just a little bit. And we're actually going to cross over that via a little sand bridge. And here we go. So if you just cross over.
Such an open space.
And then down on the right side of that door is this little dead tree bone looking thing. And inside is a patch. Go ahead and scan that to get a pattern. And then keeping the water on your left, just follow the river down as you follow the coastline. And tucked in the very back left-hand corner is going to be a clamshell. So head on back there. All right, and there's your clamshell. So once you get close, make sure you land before you try to stomp. And then stomp it to open it up. And then scan it with glitch. Okay, and just to the right, you can fly here if you want, or you can run, it doesn't matter, but there's a large metallic silo-looking mechanism over here. On the left-hand side is a console. Make sure you land, but you need to push the button on the console, and that's going to raise the water around the moat that the blueprint is on. So wait for that to fill. And then go ahead and put your wings on. And the path you need to take is just in front of the blueprint machine. The sand kind of goes down right here, but across the water. Activate the blueprint machine and complete the minigame to get the blueprint. Alright, and there's your little bear blueprint. And if you don't already have your wings on, go ahead and equip them as soon as you can so we can get past the water. And once you're on the other side, go ahead and turn left. And you're just going to hug this mountainside as it curves around to the left until you see some blue and gray striped rocks, which are the ones just in front of us right here. And just across from those on the ground is going to be a patch that you need to scan. So again, there's the rocks, here's the patch. Go ahead and give that a... No? There we go. He doesn't want to scan it. Alright, so once you have that, just keep following this mountain around the left-hand side, and at the top of this hill is going to be a cave. Go inside the cave and light it up with glitch to get that collectible. And you're also going to get a trophy out of this. So once you have that, make your way back down. And you can just follow this coastline all the way down. And we're going to go to where that little broken, crashed mechanical device is. And there's going to be a cutscene when you get up there. So just keep going and then watch it.
This machine looks fascinating. Those symbols especially I find very activating. No? Activating? Oh, well, never mind.
All right, and from here, we're just gonna go around this central little rock pile, and then up the little rock wall just behind it. And on the wall is gonna be a patch that we need to scan, so go ahead and do so. I'm not close enough. There we go. All right, and then head back to where that little crashed device is. And this is actually the other half of the exit door. You do need to know these patterns right here. I'm just gonna call it like a pyramid pattern, a red chip, and then a circle with the T line going through it. We need to remember this pattern so that we can use it to open up the final door at the end. So I'll let you guys know what that is when we get there. But directly across from this little broken door piece is an island across the water. And in this little rock area just across the way is a green crab. And we need this green crab to get this acorn that's in the water by these bubbles over here. And to do so, you just need to get close enough to him to yell at him, and then he'll come your way. And just keep luring him until he picks up the acorn. And then you're gonna go, oh, nope, he didn't pick it up. There we go. Okay, and now you need to bring him back to the shore. The same shore that he was at underneath these rocks. He won't actually go up to the actual beach shore over there. And then once he's out of the water enough, yep, you'll be able to scan it. So scan the acorn. And then head around this little rock structure and you'll see that there's a changing machine up at the top of the hill. Go towards that changing machine and then just go past it, and this last bush on the left hand side, there's going to be a patch on the ground just behind it. Go ahead and scan that patch. And then face the changing machine, so the broken door is going to be on your right hand side. And then turn left and you're going to see a curved palm tree just across the way. Cross the water to that curved palm tree and there's going to be a patch just in front of it. So scan the patch once you get there. And then turn left and you're just going to follow the coastline around as it curves. And you're going to cross over some water as well. So go through these trees right here, across the water. And at the end of the next shore is going to be a clamshell. So make sure you land before you try to stomp it. And then go ahead and do so. And then scan it to get the pattern. And then go ahead and equip your wings again. And if you turn around, you'll see that at the top of this little sand hill on the other side is some grass. That's where we're going to go next. So fly across the water, up that sand hill, and into the grassy area. And then follow this all the way to the all the way around to the left. And you're going to get a console. So land and then hit the button on the console. And as you can see, it's drained the water that was around the blueprint machine. So we're going to go and grab that really quick. So once you regain control, make sure you re-equip your wings so we can move a little quicker. And you're just going to go back down the grass path. And then where it turns into sand, if you just hug the right-hand side, there's going to be a little pathway leading up and then down to the blueprint machine. So head on down and activate the machine with glitch, and then you're going to complete the little mini game to get your blueprint. And I believe this is going to be the crocodile blueprint.
How close the moon suddenly appears now we've crossed the sea. Remarkable.
Okay, so there you go, and you're also going to get a trophy. And when you regain control, go ahead and put your wings back on so we can move a little quicker. And you're just going to go back up the hill that you came down. And if you just want to run or fly, in this matter, along the border of the grass area, and just keep this mountain on your left-hand side, and you'll eventually come to a little entryway to a large open grass area. And here there are going to be a couple of patterns for you, and a memory for that matter. We are going to do the snake part here, so there he is. So we do need to change the fabric that we're wearing, and then we're going to do a little mini game to get a pattern that's underneath the turtle right now. So first things first is we're going to go up this little hill that's just to the right of the snake over here. And then just past these two trees is going to be a patch on the wall. Make sure you're close enough to scan that before you try to do so. All right. And then if you just keep taking this path down, you'll see that there's a changing machine. And we're going to change one of our arms as well as our the fabric that we're wearing right now. So activate the machine with glitch. And we need a hand that can push. So again, that's going to be basically most of the animals here. And we're actually going to change out our raccoon hand really quick. Let me make sure I'm doing the right one. And we're going to re-equip that here in a second, or a few minutes from now. But we do need a hand that can push, and the wing is going to help us get around a lot quicker. And then before we go anywhere else, go over to the patches and the patterns, go into the other category, and you're going to equip the beach fashion all over. All right, and that'll get you ready for the snake. So from here, go ahead and equip the wings again so that we can fly. And we're just going to come down into this open area if it's going to let us. Okay. Just go all the way down the hill and then get close to the snake. And because we're already dressed how it wants us to be, it's just going to move its tail. And then we can get past and get the memory.
This better be the last one.
Right, and then activate that with glitch.
Each machine had a function to which they would perform, unless handed instruction to which it would conform. Without it, they roamed and they combed, exposing a land that they had previously disowned. If the wheel could not be turned, all wool would end up burned. Terrible things would happen. Glitch felt that terrible things had already happened.
Okay, and go ahead and equip the wings so that we can move a little faster. But go past the snake again and out into this open area. And here we're going to do the little mini game. So basically what's going to happen is on the left-hand side, there's a pit over here with a bunch of yarn balls. One by one, we need to move 3 yarn balls over to the opposite side where this little grass mound is. And when we do that, it's going to block a little creature from coming out of there. And then we can push over this turtle that's on this pattern here, and he will just walk away so that we can scan it. But if that little part is open, we won't be able to scan it in time. So again, let's go over to the side with the yarn balls. And one by one, we're just going to pick those up. And I stand corrected because we do need to change our hand for this. So head back up to the changing machine. Apologies on that. You can actually just go through the trees just to the right of the yarn balls over here. And you're going to change your pushing hand back to the raccoon hand. And you can change your fabric too if you want. I'm just going to keep the fashion fabric on. But yeah, so just make your way back down to the yarn balls. And make sure you land before starting this, and then one by one, you're just going to pick them up. And then run them over to this little mound. And then place it down. And you can use your wings here to make it go faster. It's up to you. I'm just gonna run so I don't have to keep switching it on and off. It's not that far of a run, so it's not too bad. So pick up another one and then run it over to the mound.
Full of life, yet deserted somehow.
And then place it down. And we're gonna do one more. And then run over to the mound. And place it down. Okay, and this is the turtle that we need to push over, but as you can see, I do not have a pushing ability, so I'm gonna go back up to the changing machine. You can just opt out to change your wing to a hand that can push, but I really like the travel speed of the wing, so that's why I'm keeping mine. So just change it. I'm gonna change my raccoon hand, actually, to one that can push. So I can just fly back down there. All right, and now land, and then just give this turtle a gentle push off of the patch. And then wait for it to move. And then scan the patch. All right, and then go ahead and equip your wings again. And we're gonna go past all the turtles here, all the way down to the coast. And in the very corner by this rock wall is gonna be another clamshell. So make your way down there, and then we're gonna open that up. So stomp to open the shell, and then scan it with glitch. And then put your wings on. And directly across the water is going to be another little clamshell, so just make your way over there, and again, make sure you don't stop or that monster is going to try to eat you. But once you're on the other side, land, and then open up the clamshell and scan it. And this is going to be the final one for this world, so this will also get you a trophy. Alright, so from here, put your wings on. And then you're just going to follow along this little power wire thing. I still don't know what to call it. And then if you look to the right, you're going to see a changing machine over here. Head towards that changing machine. And you're actually going to go past the changing machine. And you're going to hit this little grass area where there's going to be a little puzzle for you to complete. Let me see if I can get a little cutscene to start.
Very protective parents.
Yeah, so you kind of need to go by the lobster
So, Stuffy,
to get this.
if you want what's in the clan,
Okay, so this lobster is on a path that's going to pass the turtles, but we need him to go into a dead end so that he stops, allowing us to open up the shell that's on his back. So these are the turtles that are going to get in the way. We need the mama turtle to actually be the one to stop him. So to do so, you need to go up to the baby turtle. There's the cutscene, of course. Okay, so when you're by the baby turtle, you just need to push him, and then the mama turtle will come over and make sure that he's okay. So we actually need to wait for the lobster to make its way all the way back around. And then when it peeks around the corner is when we're gonna push the baby. Gently push the baby. No need to be shoving baby turtles around. Alright, so there he is. So push the baby, and then the mama's gonna block him. And then there's gonna be another baby turtle just down the way. And then just go ahead and push that one as well. And by the time the mama turtle gets over, the lobster will be coming down as well, and he's gonna block him. And then he's gonna go into the little dead end. So follow after the lobster. And then when he stops, you can stomp his shell to open it up, and inside is gonna be a memory.
The machines that rusted could not be trusted, having lost the song. They sorted and sifted and moved on and on. They hid the metal that had drifted, but drunkenly and twisted. What once was fogged had now shifted, suddenly playing. These machines were insane, and even more adrift than he was.
Alright, and you're also going to get a trophy from that. And that's going to be the last collectible of this world. So now we can go ahead and finish it up and exit out of that final door. So to do so, just exit out of this little grass area and head towards the changing machine. And just keep heading towards that little light pipe power source thing. I still don't know what to call it. As it curves around. And then cross over it using this little dirt path here. Okay, so now what we need to do is finish powering up this door, and to do so we need one more gear, and we're going to get that from King Crab just in that rock area over on the left hand side. So go ahead and make your way over there. And here's your big crab, and just as with some of the animals before, if you yell it will follow you, and you need to lure it over to where these gears are so that it picks one up. There we go.
Oh, presumptuous creature.
And now you need to bring him down to the door, just as that little cutscene was showing. So take him down this way. And just keep calling him and making sure that he's following you. And you just need him to run just past this left console over here. Or left wall, I should say. A little far away. And he'll automatically put it in. Alright, so from here, we need the 3 symbols on the right hand side over here to match that broken side of the door that was crashed a little left of this area. So you need to hit this little button to switch the pattern. Let me go ahead and land so you can actually see it. To switch the pattern, and then this lever will move the circuit up or down to the top, middle, or bottom little symbols. So starting on the bottom one, that I believe was the circle with the T going through it. And you're going to use this lever to move the circuit going from the bottom, middle, and then the top. But first, we do need to change our hands so that we can actually hit the buttons. So just behind here is going to be a changing machine. Go ahead and use that. Alright, so once this is open, since we also need to push the lever, we need to keep our pushing hand. So we're actually going to change our wing. And this is just going to be temporary. We'll change it again once we have control of Stuffy in World 3. But for now, we need to be able to push buttons and push levers. So we have one wing and one raccoon hand and one hand that can actually push things. So make your way back over to the console. And you're just going to keep hitting this button until the bottom symbol is the circle with a little T going through it. And you're going to have to hit it a couple of times, so it'll match what is currently showing for the top and center button or symbol. Okay, and then hit the lever to move the circuit up to the center symbol. And we're going to change this one so it is the square chip. So I believe it's just going to be once here. And this is going to be different for everybody in regards to how many times you actually have to hit the button. Mine only had to do once, but I've had a couple where I've had to hit it definitely more than once. But once it's the square chip, go ahead and hit the lever to move the circuit up to the top symbol. And this one was the pyramid looking figure, so just keep hitting the button until you get that. And the cutscene won't start right away, just kind of run around until it does. And this will finish up this world, and then we'll move on to World 3. Or excuse me, World 4.
Enthusiastic. Why this one bridge? He was sure the reason mattered. And who would have wanted its parts to be scattered? Glitch lingered at the gate, rocking to and fro, pondering answers lost decades ago. Stuffy saw something pretty, and he couldn't keep away. Not even that steep hill could keep him at bay. The hill moved and roared. A metal beetle snapped its scissor jaws. It snatched up Stuffy and took him deep into its bowels. It had lain in wait for so long, awaiting a moment just like this. The beetle rushed off, leaving Glitch behind, and cut a path deep into the jungle abyss. Glitch, hurry and save Stuffy. Fighting his way through the green, in chase after the beetle machine. Stuffy, poor Stuffy, where would he be taken? Glitch had to follow, he could not forsake him. Glitch should have never taken his eye off his friend. There he could see the machine run just around the bend. After him!
Okay, so when you have control of Glitch at the beginning of World 4, we're going to get a quick pattern here, just like we did for the Jade pattern in World 1. These green snakes that are slithering around all over the place, we can scan them. You just kind of need them to stop or slow down before you can do so. But as soon as you can, go ahead and scan one, and then just follow the path up to the left. And you're gonna go across a little pond with some piranhas in it. To get past them, you're just gonna light up Glitch's little light bulb power, and it's gonna scare the fish away. So just keep going forward until you can't, and then just use your light, move forward, use your light, move forward, use your light, and just keep doing that until you are all the way on the other side of the water. And these little chomping plants, you can do the same thing, just shine your light at them and they'll get scared away. But just after the first one, on the left wall is going to be a patch that you can scam, so go ahead and do so.
Here to help, not to be eaten as prey.
There we go. So give me the prompt. Okay, and you can scare this one away as well. You don't have to, it's completely up to you. But just keep heading up the path, and as you can see, there's some grass that is going across the road here. Just after the grass on the left-hand side is going to be the first cave. So go inside and light it up with Glitch. and then exit out of the cave, and then make your way all the way to the top.
The beetle had taken Stuffy to some sort of metal conclave, awaiting who knew what dark fate. The beetle suddenly seemed to have little eye for Stuffy, retreating into the cave. This could be Glitch's chance. He shouldn't wait.
Okay, so now we're gonna head down into the quarry to save Stuffy, but before we do, we're gonna get a pattern on the way. So go down the first little ramp, and on this first ring in the quarry, you're gonna go all the way to the very end of it. So ignore the next ramp that goes down, which is gonna be this one here. And at the end of this little pathway, up on the wall on the right is a patch. It's really hard to see, but if you light up with Glitch, you can see that it's on the wall right there. Just fly up underneath it and scan it, and this will give you a new pattern. And then just go back a little ways and keep going down to the very bottom of the quarry where you're going to get another cutscene with Stuffy.
Stuffy was unharmed and even seemed excited, for it had been a wild ride, but they were once again reunited. Glitch, though, had felt such fear, and his
Okay,
guilt
so we now have control of Stuffy again, and of course there's a blueprint machine right next to us. Go ahead and activate that with Glitch and complete the mini game to get the blueprint, and this is going to be the toucan. And we're actually going to get a new ability with this one, and we're going to be able to switch out our head. Instead of yelling, we're going to be able to sing now. So there's going to be a changing machine at the very top of this quarry, and we can go ahead and just change it now, or we can change it later. It doesn't matter too much, but yeah. So yay, new abilities. So just complete this little mini game and then get your blueprint. There we go. And we're just gonna make our way all the way back up to the top of the quarry. So just come back the way you came. And you're just gonna follow this all the way around clockwise.
Why had the beetle captured Stuffy, taking him here? And why would he then so suddenly disappear? It could have easily finished what it had begun.
Okay, and again, at the very top is going to be a changing machine. You can change your head now or later. It doesn't matter. I'm just going to change mine later to show you the next changing machine location. But from here, as long as you have the raccoon feet equipped, which if you've been following along, you should. If you don't have them equipped, go ahead and do so now so you have both the stomp and the jumping ability. But as long as you have at least feet that can jump, you'll be able to do this next part. So come back down this little hill a little bit. And we're going to go through this archway. But before we do, there's a flower just to the left of it. This is what the stomping collectibles in this world look like. They're this little bell flower. When you're close to it, stomp it to open it and then scan it with Glitch. And then just to the right of the flower is going to be a jumping stone. Go ahead and use that to get down. And then just keep following the path all the way along. And then it curves to the left. And you can ignore these guys. If they happen to eat a Glitch like that just happened, just shine his light to get them to spit him back out. And we're just going to clear this one as well. Okay, so now we're at the next changing machine, which we're going to use here in a second. But as you can see, we have an owl, some monkeys, all sorts in front of us. So we're going to do a couple of things here to get a couple of the collectibles. But to start, directly across from the changing machine is going to be another flower just over here on the left-hand side. Stomp next to it to open it up, and then scan it with Glitch. And then these mice or rats, they might be rats, are kind of scattered across the whole entire area. Depending on when you get this pattern will be depending on when you scan a mouse. But you need to scan them for the obsidian pattern. And again, there's going to be a few scattered throughout this entire world. Just keep an eye out for them if there's not one right there. But just keep following this path along to the very end to get to a cave. And then go inside, and this is going to be cave number 2, so light it up with glitch. And if you didn't get that rat/mouse before, there is another one inside of the cave. It's usually in this back corner, right back here. Yeah, so just scan them as soon as you can to get that one, and then once you have the cave, exit out, and we're going to head back towards the changing machine, and now we're going to use it. And we're going to change our head to the toucan head. So activate the machine with glitch, and then go down to your toucan, and then just change your head to the toucan. And exit out of the machine. And as you can see now, when you open up Stuffy's little action bar, there are 3 notes down at the very bottom. We're going to be using those here in a second. It's basically a game of Simon with the owl to lure the monkeys away from the path. But we're not doing that right this second, just here in a minute. So first, we're going to walk right up to the 3 monkeys that are blocking our path. And we're going to scan them really quick for a pattern. And then just to the right of the monkeys is a hill that is going up above them. Take this hill, and at the very top is going to be a flower that you can stomp. Go ahead and do so, and then scan the flower, and then cross the bridge along to the left. And at the end of this little path is going to be a memory. Activate that with glitch.
Images of the jungle, mixed with memories vast, giving new shapes to insights of the past. The jungle was alive, but growing out of shape. A refuge for life as a shelter or escape. Metal wasn't safe here. The jungle aimed to protect. A harmony was damaged, it was broken, it was wrecked. There was rivalry that shouldn't be. This all was incorrect. Had the teacher interjected right before it was ejected? Ejected? Who was this teacher, and how had he intervened? What side was he on? Machine or life?
Okay, so there's your memory. Now head back across the bridge and down a little hill, and now we're going to move the monkeys out of the way. Okay, so to do so, when you walk up to this little owl, you'll see that he is singing you a song that consists of 3 notes that are different colors. Mine is currently green, red, red. Yours is most likely not going to match that, as it varies just about for everybody. But you just want to play a little game of Simon with him. So match the pattern that he is singing. So it's green, red, red. And you'll notice that he flies towards you. So you want to keep doing that until he grabs this banana on top of this rock. So green, red, red. And then you want to lure him just by the monkeys so that they can see that he has a banana. Their little heads will pop up just like that. And then one more away from the monkeys so that he pulls them away from the pathway. And there you go. This pathway is now open, so now we can take it. So go ahead and follow it along. And on the right hand side is going to be this metal beetle, and as you can see, not blending in very well is a zebra patch just next to it. So go ahead and scan that zebra patch. And if you turn around and face the hill just across the way, up at the top is a flower, so make your way up that hill. And then go ahead and stomp on the flower. And then scan it to get the pattern. Alright, then head back down the hill. And again, here's another rat. It might not be there for you, but if you haven't scanned one yet, just keep a lookout for them so you can do so. And then you're going to come to a little changing machine down here. And directly across from the changing machine on this wall is going to be a patch. It's kind of hard to see, but Glitch will light that up for you. And when you're close enough, just go ahead and give it a scan. All right, and then at the changing machine, we're actually going to change our pushing hand into a wing so that we can fly across this water. So activate the flying machine, and then go down to your, I think we established it was a dodo bird. So I'm going to change my left hand because that's my pushing hand. And while we're here, we also need to change our head because the next part involves a sloth that we need to yell at, but because we have the toucan, we're just gonna sing, and that's not gonna do anything. So choose any animal that has that little yelling emblem next to it. So I'm just gonna choose the anteater because it's here, and now we look even more ridiculous, but that's okay because he's still cute. And from here, just activate your wings. And just as before, we're gonna try crossing the water and just use Glitch's light to scare the fish away. And then once you're on the other side, you're gonna come to a large sloth.
Here a creature seemed to sleep beneath the mushroom glow. At least, it seemed at peace. In this case, insurmountably so.
And there's two things that we need to get in this area. Obviously, there's a blueprint behind his head over there, but there's also an incredibly well hidden patch over on the left-hand wall. So I just kind of skimmed by it. You can't see it without a light actually being on there. So let me light this up really quick for you. And there's the patch, again, just to the left of the sloth. Make sure you scan that with Glitch. If you're missing one in this world, it is chances are that one. I can't even tell you how many times I missed it before finally finding it. So from there, we're gonna go to the blueprint machine. And here's where we need our yelling ability so that we can get the sloth to turn over so that we can access the machine. So just go ahead and yell a couple of times until he clears his little arm. There we go. And go ahead and activate the machine, and then finish the mini game to get your little blueprint.
Oh, sorry. It scared me.
Okay, so there's your little blueprint. And we're gonna yell at the sloth just a couple of more times so we can actually get away from the blueprint machine, because as you can see, his arm is blocking us again. So go ahead and give him a shout a couple of more times. Wait for the prompt. There we go. And now we need him to move his feet. And to do that, we are going to be stomping. So just give a couple of stomps. And you need to wait for him to turn over so that you can get past his legs. And I think we're gonna do it 2 more times. Let's see. Oh, just once. Okay. So go up the path, and there's going to be a cutscene that comes up, and you're actually going to see the next patch that we're going to pick up on the right-hand wall because it's really bright and blue and really hard to miss. So just keep going forward until that cutscene happens.
They could see a thing that surely couldn't be. That was by no means an ordinary moon, suspended in the sky, so close it could almost be caressed. A tall, towering hill would allow them to get nearby. A gigantic metal machine. Glitch would never have guessed.
Okay, so once you regain control, we're going to go ahead and grab that blue patch. So turn around just a little bit, and it's going to be on the wall just behind you. Give it a scan. And then just keep following the dirt path along, and it's going to run along this big brown dirt mountain of sorts. And then just on the left-hand side by these 2 trees, tucked in the corner, is going to be a flower. Go ahead and stomp on that flower to open it up and scan it with Glitch. Okay, and then come out, and then just keep following the path along, and you're going to come to a little water spot. And there's going to be an owl here where we're going to do another little singing puzzle, but for now, as you can see on the other side is a bright green patch that is incredibly hard to miss. So go ahead and scan that to get the pattern. And then if you turn around, you'll notice that there's a pathway leading just behind you. Take this all the way to the end, and you're gonna get a memory. So activate this with switch, or glitch, excuse me. I'm getting everything mixed up.
Lived here, safe from metal, safe from fear. After Glitch's birth deep in the earth, all had gone wrong after losing the song. Machines had come and taken them away, but to where and how he could not say. That was after his time. It was without rhyme. It all was not as it should be. Once machines and stuffies had lived in harmony.
Okay, so once you have that, go ahead and head on back. And then if you just take the path going right around the water, and then follow it past, on the right side of the path is going to be another flower that's just hanging by this tree. Stomp it to open it up, and then scan it with glitch to get the pattern. And we're actually going to get another one that is sort of in a random area. This red snake that just slithered on by me is going to be another pattern. You need to wait for him to slow down and or stop before you can scan him, but as soon as you can, go ahead and do so. And that's going to get you another pattern. So now we're going to do this little owl puzzle, but as you can see, we don't have the correct head. So just across the way at the end of this path is going to be a changing machine. Head on over there, and we're going to give ourselves a little toucan head so that we can sing again. So activate this with glitch, and then go down to your toucan, and then change its head, and then exit out. And then head back to the water where that bright green patch was. And just to show you really quick what we're going to be doing, these 3 monkeys on top of this dirt hill are in our way. And we need this banana to lure them off of this little path. And we're going to use the owl to do that. So again, head back to the water. And just as before, you're going to mimic the song that the owl is singing to you. I do believe this one is going to be 4 notes this time. See, red, red, blue, blue, and again, it's going to be different for everybody. Just make sure you match what your owl is singing. And as long as you have the prompt to actually sing, you are within range of the owl. So just try to keep as far away as you can so that you can cover a longer distance. Oop, nope, I lost my cue. All right. In a shorter amount of time. Alright, so we're almost there. I just need him to grab it. Okay, so for this part, you don't actually need him to go around the little spiral path that you're about to run on. You just need to be close enough to pull him up the mountain. So just make sure he's kicking it right by, and then just follow the path up and see how close we can get to the monkeys. Oh, okay, that should be good. And then get as close to the monkeys as you can, and then sing. And they just got his attention, and you just need to bring him back just a tad bit to get them going. Go a bit further down. There we go. And there they go. They're going to start going down the pathway, and now we can get past there, and we're going to get another pattern as well as another blueprint. And here's another snake if you need one. Again, there's a few in this area. I don't know if the red striped ones are throughout the rest of the world. I know the green ones are. So just in case, really make sure that you get the red striped ones at least. So once the monkeys are gone, make your way up the path, follow it around to the right, And again, here's another rat. They're scattered all over, so there's plenty of opportunities to get that obsidian. But on this right wall is going to be the patch. Go ahead and scan that for the pattern. And then finish going up all the way to get to the blueprint machine and complete the minigame to get the blueprint.
Watch out, Glitch.
Okay, so now we have a monkey. And now you're going to make your way down the hill, back down that little spiral rock pathway, and we're going to continue past this little changing machine here.
Wondrous. But keep an eye out for movement.
Okay, so once you're inside the changing machine, you're going to go down to the monkey, and we're going to change our raccoon hand to a monkey hand. As you can see, this hand can do 3 actions now. It can push buttons, pick things up, and push things. So it's a pretty versatile hand, I would say, and really beneficial to us. So make sure you equip it. This looks so ridiculous. And then once you have exit out of the machine, and then just keep heading down the path, and you're going to pass a couple of buttons and then one really large broken button. And then we're going to get into the next little area. And it's going to be a little village area where we're going to grab a couple of collectibles. So once you enter, the path is going to split going left and right. Take the path going right.
Just a few signs.
And just keep an eye out on the right-hand side. There's going to be a memory just in the grass over here. Activate that with switch.
And the area.
Glitch, excuse me.
Stuffy's once roamed this land.
I'll get it right next time, I promise.
Here they painted their caves, lived their lives, dug their graves. They lived off the land and they knew no despair, sheltered by the weavers that would help them repair. He had known them once, but had now forgotten. Only painted shapes remained, the images stained. Blueprints of a life long lost and a fate ill begotten.
Okay, so once you have that memory, keep following the road all the way in the back. And as you can see, there's a cave entrance back here, but before we go in there, just turn to the right, and by this tree on the ground is going to be another patch. Scan that with glitch. And now we're going to go into that cave and light it up, as this is going to be one of the cave paintings. And this will also unlock a trophy for you. Okay, so with that, exit out of the cave and just follow this path on the right-hand side and go pretty much center of the village. And next to this small little rock hut is going to be a patch on the ground. Scan that patch. And now we're done with this little area. So from here, just continue past this mechanical spider, and we're gonna follow this path down just a little bit until it splits again. So just keep going. Okay, and the split is really, really faint, but it's right before you kind of came down this hill, and then at the bottom of the hill, it's going to go left and then right. We're going to go right first, and then follow this path all the way to the end. And on the right wall is going to be a patch that you need to scan, so go ahead and do so. And then make your way back.
Creeping vines everywhere. Did one just move?
And now we're going to follow the path that would have gone left here, so just keep going straight. And the next blueprint machine will come into view here in just a second. There it is on the left-hand side. So make your way down there, and you'll see that there's an owl on top of this blueprint machine, We need it to move before we can activate it, so you need to mimic its song that it's singing to you, just as you did before. This one's going to be 5 notes, so just memorize what your owl is singing. Mine is blue, red, green, blue, red, blue, red, green, blue, red. And then when you get it right, the owl will move. So activate the machine with glitch, and then finish the minigame to get this blueprint. Okay, and there you go. And this is actually a squirrel that we just picked up, but you should also get a trophy after you complete that one, because that's the final one of this world. And once you have that, just go ahead and make your way up to the changing machine. We actually don't need to use this because we have everything we need. Our feet both jump and stomp, and now with the monkey hand, we can push buttons, pick things up, and push things. So we're pretty much covered with our entire wheel of abilities over here. So from the changing machine, you're just going to take the path going right. And then the path here is going to split. And first we're going to go down the left path. And down at the very end on the ground is going to be a patch that you can scan. Go ahead and do so for the pattern. And then head back the way you came. And then back at that split, take the path going right up the hill. And the path is going to split here again. There's nothing to the left except for a changing machine, but because we don't need that, we can just go down the jumping stone here. So go ahead and make your way down. And then just a little bit forward at this tree is going to be another split in the road. So at the tree, turn left, and then follow this little mound around to the left-hand side. And at the end is going to be a flower. Go ahead and stomp it to open it up and scan it to get the pattern. And then make your way back around this little mound and over to the right side. And we're going to get another memory over on this side.
This place was once knitted by the weavers, shaped with needle and thread, as a safe place from harm, lacking hostility or threat. But wool had turned traitor, attacked its creator. Or was the opposite true? Was it a matter of view? No, if wool had grown to hate metal, it would have had a reason. Metal machines had committed the treason. They had acted first. But why? What had happened? And could its effects be reversed?
Okay, and from here, just make your way all the way back to where that split was at that tree. That's going to be just right here. So this time we're going to take the path going down to the right. And you're just going to follow this down a little bit of a ways. And then eventually on the right-hand side, you'll see a little area that you can go down with a flower. Head on down there and stomp the flower to open it up. And then scan it to get the pattern. And then head back up and finish following this path all the way up to the top of the hill up here. And this next area is going to have quite a few things to do. As you can see, there's a large pit with a butterfly, which we're going to get here in a second. But first, just turn right, and on the wall across the way is going to be a pattern. You go around this tree. Scan that pattern with the glitch, and this is actually going to be jungle fashion, which we're going to need to change into to get past the snake in this level. So keep that in mind when we get to that part. Obviously, I will tell you when we are there. But for now, we're going to do this little pit puzzle with this butterfly. And just as we did in World 2 with the frog, we need to light up these plants to lure the butterfly just across the way here. And again, you don't need to use Glitch's actual light bulb ability. Just shining him on the plants will work just fine. And you can do this all from the bridge up here. You don't have to go on the edge or anything. So you want it to stop on that mushroom just across the way. And when it does, make your way on down there. And there's a little ledge sticking out that will put you just next to the butterfly. So now you can scan it. Okay. And then moving just a little bit forward, you'll see that there's a jaguar over on the right-hand side. Monkeys will come from the left-hand side and try to pass it and get scared. Let's see if we can wait for one. There we go. And the same thing will happen to us if we get too close to it, but wait for the second monkey to come. And as you can see, it walks right past the jaguar. And that's because that monkey was dressed all in jaguar print. So to get past this little cat here, just hug the left-hand side, and on this rock just in front of you is going to be the jaguar print. Go ahead and scan that to collect it. And now we have a big monkey in our way that we need to move. So in order to do that, we need to lure the jaguar over here to scare it. And to lure the jaguar, we need to dress like it. So head back towards where the butterfly pit was, and use the changing machine up on the hill up here. And you're gonna dress yourself fully in that jaguar print. So I think it's under pattern. Yeah, pattern, jaguar. And then just make sure you are fully dressed in this print. And then exit out of the machine. And as you can see, now you can run up and do whatever you want with the jaguar, but it will follow you. So bring it up to this big monkey blocking the way, and that's gonna scare it away for you. And then go ahead and go through the archway, and just in front of you is another changing machine. Go ahead and use that, and we're gonna change into the jungle fashion to get past that snake down there just to the right. So activate the machine, go into the other category, and this orange and black pattern down here is the jungle fashion. Go ahead and change so you are fully covered in it. Oops. Try that again. Okay, so once you are fully dressed in jungle fashion, go ahead and take that path going down to the right, and he's gonna automatically approve of your dressing and move his tail so you can get by.
Right. Oh, well done. But to all snakes out there fashionable and well adorned, I'm in the market for a new pair of boots. So consider yourself warned.
Okay, so head on down. And go ahead and equip your wings so that you can fly, because you're actually going to need to fly across this water down here. And just as before, you're going to make your way and then just shine Glitch's light to remove the fish. And then land when you get across the way, and just on the left is going to be a flower that you can stomp, so go ahead and do so. Try that again. And then scan it to get the pattern. And then head over to the vines on this pathway over here, and you're just going to shine Glitch's light on it to remove the vines. And continue at the end of this path to a memory machine, and go ahead and activate this, and it's going to be the final memory of this world, so you're also going to get a trophy once this is done.
That has not always been his name. As all insects, he too had once performed a function. Something intervened and created a malfunction. After 100 years of sleep, nothing was the same. He remembered. Seeing the light of the moon, the humming of a tune, all the stuffies that were living all their lives, all the insects that were hidden in their hives, peaceful and transcendent servility, a teacher singing order, and an overall tranquility. But even as this insight was injected, the dots stayed unconnected.
Okay, so there's your last memory, and there's your trophy. So now we're going to head back past the snake. Go ahead and equip your wings now so you can fly quick and get over the water. And we're actually going to go back up to that changing machine, and unlike the other worlds, I'm going to change out of this now The next world is a desert world, and it's really hard to see Stuffy when he's dressed like this, so I'm just gonna change into something that you will actually be able to see a little better. Get some bright colors for you. Let's go green. We are just setting fashion statements all over the place right now. Oh, he's beautiful. Okay, so from the changing machine, just behind it, next to this tree, is going to be a flower that you can stomp.
Pause.
Go ahead and stomp him. And then scan it with glitch. And we have one more pattern to get, so to do so, go ahead and equip your wings so that we can fly a little quicker. And just make your way up the mountain. And over on the left-hand side wall is going to be the patch. Scan it with glitch. And this will be the last patch we need for this world, and the trophy will unlock. And then go ahead and land, and then go up these jumping stones. And to finish off this world, where are we going? You just need to finish going up the rest of the mountain, and then there's going to be a pretty decent sized cutscene along with some minor like QTE like areas where you just kind of have to hit a button or walk forward 2 steps. So just finish off this world, and then we'll come back to the final and 5th world of the game.
Why would that machine's light pull at him, a small metal firefly? The time had come to find the answer that waited in the sky. Finally, Glitch would discover about his past, and his place in this world too, at long last. About why the machines acted in ways that did not rhyme. All of that and more after this long climb. And a long climb it is, isn't it? Are they there yet? Or now? Oh, why is this hill this tall? Gosh, there'd better be a spectacular view of the moon up there. Ah, finally there. Oh no, there is more. Oh. Amazing, isn't it? No longer tethered by metal-hungry vines, the gear was freed of its earthly confines. Slowly, but surely, they rose above the jungle and yellow desert in the distance below. Up and up, towards the moon's waning glow. Oh, sorry. It scared me. Let us be happy that Stuffy's risk assessment is as sharp as his wit. You would not have made that jump, and you know it. All around was debris or a floating gear. Had some sort of explosion stranded all this here? What magnetism persuaded it to remain this high? The moon shone with light, but left Glitch in the dark, asking why. The floating gear led them to the dark side of the moon. A gigantic machine, its wheels slowly turning. Glitch felt they should find a way into the heart of the machine, and soon, to where the light was burning. The cart-like machine would take them deep into the cavernous construction. Glitch's heart fluttered as they entered a metal world without any instruction. Yet somehow he knew this place, even if he didn't know why, as if remembering a previous life, a time before he was a firefly. They were in the moon, its light faintly burning, a machine unlike they had ever seen, its parts slowly turning. Kindness was stolen. The heart of the world is missing. Danger! Danger! Once, Glitch had been part of this machine, but that was deep underground and not this sideways scene. As teacher together, they ruled this clockwork world made of metal through and through. Their song guided all machines to knit and care for woolen creatures, making all woolen fabric fit, creating new features, for that was its purpose true. Glitch was happy, home at last, but then 1,000 memories showed him the past. Something had gone wrong. A vital part of this machine had been stolen. Glitch was birthed. The teacher died and the world divided. Steel constructions oversaw the world's destruction. Insects that had been tasked to guard the meek turned on Stuffy's kind. They preyed on the weak. The metal insects reverted back to their most basic of function, not out of evil, but because of malfunction. The entire woolen world was stripped of its kind, as Glitch lay dormant and blind. There were 100 years of madness and 1,000 days of sadness. Now the last of woolen life, the insects too would scour, the machines out of control, until the heart returned, and then was made whole. The machine stuttered. It had spent its last bit of power. Kindness was stolen. The heart of the world is missing. Danger. Danger. This machine had waited 100 years with this last directive, giving Glitch an insurmountable objective. A difficult task was staring them in the face. They had to restore this entire machine, the heart of the world, to its rightful place. These tracks would have once led the carts underground. Where to now did you think it was bound? The cart flew off its tracks, and over it went. Stuffy and Glitch fell to the end of the jungle and into desert sand. To say Stuffy understood it all would certainly be a lie. But as always, he had felt the gist of it all. Glitch was an important part of something bigger, and the world was all wrong. So he would help restore Glitch to the world, and be strong. A barren land lay before them, towered by 4 huge pieces of machinery. Giant metal insects roamed everywhere. The scent of smoke, hot and heavy in the air, a truly unnerving bit of scenery. They were close to their journey's end.
Alright, so when you regain control at the start of World 5, and this is going to be the final world, go ahead and turn left and you'll see this large barrel-like structure spinning in the sky, sort of. Just walk towards that a little bit, and on the side of this little sand hill is going to be a patch that you can scan. And this is going to be the fashion pattern that we're going to need to pass the snake pretty close towards the end of the game. So just keep that in mind that we'll be using that here to actually get you the trophy and the platinum. So once you have that, make your way towards the little striped path down the way. And this very first cactus over here on the left, the one with the dark red little plant on top, this is the collectible that you need to stomp and scan for this world. This is what they look like. So go ahead and scan it to open it. Or sorry, stomp it to open it, and then scan it to get the pattern. And then just keep making your way up the path. And then stop when you get to this meerkat over here on the left. If you remember in World 2, you had to complete that mole hill puzzle where you just ran down the hill and scared the moles along the way and they popped out of their holes. You're going to do the same thing with the meerkats here. Just keep running along this path and you're just going to keep scaring them so that they pop out of the hole just further down the way. So run past this one. And we just passed another one, but he was kind of hard to see. But here's another one on the right. And there's going to be another one on the right. And then down on the left. And then finally over on the right is going to be the last one. And when you walk up to him, he's going to toss an acorn behind his head. So go ahead and equip your wings so that we can just get this done quickly. Okay, no, there we go. And then go down the hill and then head up. And then behind where that meerkat was is going to be the acorn, so go ahead and scan that. Make sure you're close enough to actually scan it. Alright, and before we move forward, we're going to use that changing machine that we just passed while doing that little meerkat puzzle. So head on down and back around to the left. And it's just going to be up the hill on here, up to the right. And we're just going to change our head because right now we have a toucan which can sing and we need to be able to yell for this next part. So just activate the machine, choose any animal that can yell, which is basically anything other than the toucan. And we're just going to use the anteater. And again, this is partly why I changed my colors before because he really stands out along the bright yellow colors, whereas the other pattern kind of blends in. So once you have that, just put your wings on so that we can travel a little bit and just follow the path down underneath the rails. And you're going to get to this large open area with a bunch of meerkats. Go ahead and land if you're flying and just stand near a hole. There we go. And it's going to give you the yelling prompt. And that's going to pop all the meerkats out of their holes. And then you just need to quickly scan one. And if that doesn't work, go ahead and do it again. Okay, that one's not going to have it. Let's try this again. Meerkat, scan. There we go. And that'll get you another pattern.
Even in the face of all this, there is still light.
And as you can see, that may take a couple of tries. You may get it on the first try, but once you do, go ahead and equip your wings. And where that big black and red barrel is spinning, we're going to head in that direction, up and over these little sand dunes here. And just across the way, you can see that there's a blueprint machine on that plateau over there. That's where we're going to be heading. So head around to the right, and you're going to see 3 big red buttons right here. This is to build up a bridge so that we can actually get to the blueprint, the blueprint machine. It's similar to what you did in World 2 when you were raising those pillars to get to the blueprint for the rhino, how you had to step on the buttons. So for this one, if you're flying, go ahead and land. And you're just gonna hit the, oh, sorry, nope. You're gonna hit the center button twice. And then you're gonna hit the left button once. and then you're going to hit the right button once. And there's your bridge, so go ahead and go up and cross it, and then just activate the blueprint machine with glitch, and then solve the minigame to actually get it. And you're just going to go up a little jumping stone right here. Alright, there's the machine. Okay, and now you have your camel. So the next part is going to involve just a little bit of backtracking as we progress along. There's a certain pattern that we need. Try that again. There's a certain pattern we need to get a memory, and it's going to cause us to kind of go back and forth on ourselves a little bit. So to get back to where the meerkats were, just cross this bridge up and over these sand mountains, and then just down into the pit where all these meerkats are. And there's two paths that you're going to take, or that you can take, but we're going to take the rightmost. So stay on this upper area, and in the back corner is going to be a ledge where these little cactus with the red plants on them are. Land if you're flying, and then just use this jumping stone. And as soon as you get up, there's going to be a cactus over on the left-hand side that you can stomp. Go ahead and do so, and then scan it. Alright, and then equip your wings so that we can move a little further or faster, and we're just going to follow this path all the way down. And when it splits, take the left path, and we're going to go up to some bunnies that we're going to scan, and then go across a little hidden ledge. So here's the massive split in the road. We're going to follow it to the right, head up this little mountain, and then at the top are going to be some sand bunnies. Make sure you land before you try to do this, but you just want to get close enough to where they are going slow enough for glitch to scan them. There we go. So once you have that, on that back wall is a bright pink patch that is incredibly hard to miss. So go ahead and scan that while you're over here. All right, and then just to the right of where that patch is are two cacti, and just to the right of those is a ledge that you can walk along. Go ahead and equip your wings so we can do this a little quicker. But you're just going to follow along this ledge all the way to the end until you reach a changing machine, and there's going to be a patch on the ground that we need to scan. So keep following this around, and there's your changing machine. Go ahead and land because we're about to use that. And by this big teal hexagon door, if you haven't died in this game, you probably haven't used these. This is where you come out of when you basically come back to life after meeting your demise. So just to the left on the ground of this big door is a patch. Go ahead and scan that. And then head over to the changing machine, and you're actually going to dress yourself fully in that stuffing pattern because you're going to need that to get past a big spider that is in the next area. So this is, it's under other. All right. Stuffing. And because he's going to be basically all white, he is going to be a little harder to see on the actual video, so I'll try to change him as soon as I can so you're not constantly just looking at almost white on white here. But Yeah, so anyways, we're going to backtrack a little bit here now. Go back on the ledge that you got here from and just follow it all the way back to the bunnies. And then when you reach the bunnies, just head past them and continue along the path that you took to get up here. And the path does kind of split. Left is where you came from, so we're going to go straight ahead. And then past these ledges over here on the left. And then where these two trees are together on the left-hand side, just as this wall curves around, there's going to be a patch over here. Make sure you scan it with glitch to get the pattern. And then just a little past this, you can see there is a large mechanical spider just kicking it on top of that plateau over there. And if you get too close to him, he will kill you. You won't really have much of a chance to run. But we do need to get a memory here. So the ground right here is actually the stuffing pattern that you just put all over yourself. So just like in World 2, how we kind of camouflaged ourselves, that's what we're doing right now. So the spider can't see us, so we can travel along this little area right here. If we didn't have it, he would be killing us right now. So just follow this around to the left, and then tucked in the back corner is going to be a memory. Go ahead and activate that with glitch.
A world of wool. It was a lie, a misdirection. At first glance the guise would fool, but fail under inspection. How had he forgotten? How had he not known that this world with skin of quilt and cotton was metal to the bone? That veil of wool would soon be pulled aside. The world of metal and fabric would collide, and insects achieve their quest for fabricide, unless world and moon could be unified. It was good they had come this way.
Alright, so from here, go ahead and equip your wings, and you're just going to follow the path around, except this time take the right hand path, and there's going to be an exit at the end of here. So just exit on out. And this is the second part where we're going to do some very minor backtracking. So left is to continue with the story, but first we're going to head right and just follow this path along. And this first set of cactus over here on the right hand side, there's going to be one that you can stomp. Go ahead and do so, and then scan it with glitch. And then equip your wings again, and go all the way down to the end of the path. You can ignore this ramp right here if you want. I'm actually going to go up there in just a second so I can change so you can actually see me. But this is the first cave that we're going to get. So go inside the cave and light it up with glitch. And there we go. And again, you don't need to use this changing machine if you don't want to. It's completely up to you. I'm just doing it so that you can see me. Okay, so if you changed or not, doesn't really matter, but once you're done with the cave, go ahead and go back the way you came, down this long pathway, and we're gonna go up that metal ramp to continue on with the story. So just make your way on up. And you're going to want to land if you're flying at the top, and just give this big red button over here a good stomp, and it's going to activate a brake. That's going to stop our little scorpion cart so that we can get on it. Alright, and there's our scorpion. The time it arrives will vary for everybody. It just depends on where exactly it's at on the track. When you do hit that button, it does take the same pathway around consistently throughout the whole game. So once you're on the back, power it up with glitch, And now you're gonna do the barrel puzzle. So basically what this is there's 4 sections. Each of them have a red and a black stripe. You wanna move the little tokens here so that the red tokens are in the red area and the black tokens are in the black area. So let's just get this going, red on red. And each time you complete one of the sections, the barrel will start spinning faster. So that's a pretty good indicator that you are doing the right thing. And this will vary for everybody. It's not going to be the same puzzle that you're seeing on mine. Okay, so once that's powered up, we can go ahead and use the scorpion to get over to the next area. And we're gonna do this puzzle a total of 3 more times. Yeah, 3 more times. And that's gonna power up the central area that's all story related, and we'll get there at the end. But yeah, so the same thing is gonna happen with the next 3 puzzles like that, but when you're done, go ahead and stomp on this button to move forward. That's not going to change. It's just going to keep getting faster and a little bit more difficult each time. But again, that was not that hard, so it's not going to get too much more difficult than that. Okay, so once you've stopped, go ahead and exit the scorpion and make your way over to the platform. And then just head down the ramp here, and you can go ahead and equip your wings so you can go a little quicker. And just to show you what we're going to be doing, over on the left-hand side here is this large power console. It's not working because we're missing a gear, so that's the main gist of what we're going to be doing in this section, all while picking up a whole bunch of collectibles. So once you're ready, down at the bottom of the ramp, go ahead and turn right. And then just a little ways down on the left, you're going to be able to go up this little striped hill right here. At the top, turn left, and there's going to be a cactus that you can stomp. Go ahead and do so, and stomp. And then scan it with glitch to get the pattern. Alright, so equip your wings again so we can move quicker, and then head towards the grass area. And then right when you get there, just turn right. And on this wall over on the right hand side is going to be a patch. Scan that to get the pattern.
Machines everywhere. My heart would weep.
Okay. And now we're going to do a little armadillo puzzle. You can see him rolling down right along here. But this armadillo is just basically making a loop around this big mountain right here. And we need to block his way to push him into a little dead end. So to do so, we're going to push 2 blocks. One of them is going to be this first one right here. So just go ahead and push this over. And then equip your wings so that we can move a little quicker. And then just follow this inner path around clockwise around the mountain. And just ignore everything you see for now. We're just going to go straight for that block. So keep following this along and it'll eventually pop into view. And there it is. So you need to get on the other side of this block, land, and then push it.
Hidden wonders thriving here still.
And this will block the armadillo's path and push him into this little dead end area right here. So we just need him to pass on by. And there he is. And there's going to be a little cutscene. Okay, and then just chase after the armadillo. And then scan him to get a pattern. Alright, so go ahead and equip your wings so we can move a little quicker. And then just exit out of this little dead end area, and when you do, just look left and you'll see that there's a grass hill leading up the side of this mountain. Go ahead and make your way up this hill, and at the top is going to be the next memory. So follow it to the left, and then just use glitch to activate it.
the Moonheart. Glitch now understood. It sang machines its song that drove them on and on, giving function and life in conjunction as a hive. Without, they would just do what they did, without reason, performing basic functions only, committing their treason. If the world was made whole, the moon's personality would again take control. And that would fix everything, right?
Alright, so once you have that, equip your wings. And if you just look off the side of the mountain over here, I'll show you where we're going next. On that plateau just across the way, we can climb up the striped little sand hill. So make your way down and over there. So down the hill. And then just cross over to where the striped sand is. And you are going to need a jump, so make sure you stop flying when you get to the jump stone. And make your way up. Equip your wings again. And then make your way to the far side of the plateau, and you're going to see there's a patch on the ground. Go ahead and scan that for the pattern. And on the opposite side is a little area with a bunch of gears in it. This is the first pile of gears where you can pick one up for the actual story related console that we saw earlier. So you can go ahead and do so now. And just double check that it is in your inventory. And again, you don't want to hit that icon until you're next to the console with the prompt. Otherwise, it'll make you drop. Oh, I don't want to do that. Make you drop your gear, and then you'll have to come back here and get it. So from here, make your way down the mountain. Use a little jumpy stone. And then equip your wings so we can go a little faster. And then just head over to the left. And then tucked in the left corner are 2 trees with a bunch of bushes, and in between the trees is going to be a cactus. So go ahead and stop flying, stomp the cactus, and then scan it for the pattern. And here's another little stack of gears if you need them, just in case you drop your other one. That's another place where you can pick one up. So equip your wings again. And we're just going to keep following this path along to the left. And we're actually going to go in the trail that the armadillo was taking. So this little pathway on the left-hand side. Just follow it down. And in between these 2 trees on the left-hand side is going to be a cactus. So make sure you land before you try to stomp, but stomp the flower. Scan it for the pattern. And then just double check one last time that you do have a gear, and then equip your wings. And we're gonna fly all the way back to the start of this area where the scorpion was and where that console was. So just follow this path all the way around. And there's the first block that we knocked over. So head on past this, and you can see the console all the way in the back. So head over there, and we're gonna go on the far right-hand side of it and just place that gear down. And that's gonna restore power to this little platform here, allowing us to move forward. So head on up. And make sure you land before you try to place it. And then make sure the prompt is showing. If it's not showing, then you will drop your gear. So once it is, select it. And now we have some power. But before we can move our scorpion, we are going to have to complete another one of those barrel puzzles. So make your way up the ramp and onto the scorpion. And just power it up again using glitch. And just complete the puzzle just as you did before, moving the black pieces over into the black and the red pieces over into the red. Okay, so now we've powered up the second station.
Tilting rays. They saw the
Just 2 more to go after this. But once you regain control on top of the scorpion, go ahead and stomp on that big red button, and we'll move over to Area 3. Okay, so once you arrive here, go ahead and exit off of the scorpion. And before we do anything, we're actually going to use this changing machine up here and change our head to a toucan, because we are going to be needing to sing during this section. So go ahead and use the changing machine, and then go all the way down to your toucan, and then just change your head to match that. Okay, and now equip your wings so we can move a little faster, and make your way down the ramp of the station. And then across the way is the console. Same as before, we need to pick up a gear to complete the power source for this and actually change the symbols on this one, but we can't do that just yet, so we'll come back to that one. For now, just follow this striped path along, and in the middle here you can see a whole bunch of lizards just kind of running around. You need to wait for them to get close and then stomp to kind of stun them. Nope. Yeah, because they're moving too fast for... Oh, there we go. No! It scanned the wrong one. There we go. Okay. Yeah, so you need to stun them so that glitch can actually scan it. So just like that, once they're close, stomp it, run up to them and scan it. Then once you have that, go ahead and equip your wings so we can move a little faster. And over on the left-hand side, just next to this like dead tree in this little cactus area, is a hill going up. Follow that hill up, and on the left wall is going to be a patch. Scan it for a pattern. And then all the way down at the end of the pathway is going to be a cave. Go inside the cave and light it up. And that'll be a cave painting collectible. And then head on back down the hill. And just go immediately left into this little area with the cactus, and there's going to be one that you can stomp. So make sure you land before you try to do so. Stomp. And then scan it. Alright, and now we equip the wings again so we can fly. And we're just going to come back down to the main path. And if you follow it along, you'll notice that there are some boulders that we can't quite pass. So we do need some help of these moths up here. And to do that, just turn around, and to the left of the big teal hexagon door is this metallic device looking thing. Land and push the button that is on the console on the front of it, and the top will open up and those moths will move those boulders out of our way. Okay, so now equip your wings again. And now the pathway is clear so we can move forward. But slow down before you do, because you will notice that there is a massive pit just in front of you, and inside of that massive pit is a patch just in the center. This is another area where if you stop, a monster is going to kill you. Unfortunately, I don't think there's a way to do this without getting killed. I've tried it a couple of times, and each time I just like barely don't make it. But basically what you want to do is fly directly into the center and stop right over the patch. Quickly scan it and then try to escape, but chances are you'll die. But it's not that bad. The door you come out of is just going to be like right over there. So again, just quickly run, or fly for that matter, and then scan, and then try to fly away. Yeah, see, like right before. It just does not let you escape it. Okay, so this is kind of a dungeon that you just come into if you die. You may have already seen this on your own. I'm not sure how your game has gone, but to get out of it, it's going to be the same way no matter how you die. So first you're just going to stomp on this button. And then in the back left corner, you're just going to shine Glitch's light on this little ball. And then the next room, it just depends on if you can sing or if you can yell. If you can yell, you want to yell at this bug to open up this door. If you can sing, you want to repeat the pattern that this door is singing. So it's going to be red, 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 green, red, 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 green. That'll open up that door. And then just head on through the light. And again, we're going to pop out at where that large teal door was next to the silo, I guess, that we put the boulders in. Okay, so once you're out, go ahead and equip your wings so that we can fly a little quicker. And we're just going to go back to that same area. But this time we can go around the pit. And on the other hand side are going to be some beams that we can cross over. Go ahead and make your way over to the other side, but stop on the kind of straightest bar, because on the right hand wall is going to be a patch. Scan that patch to get a pattern. And then make your way all the way over to the other side of the little beams here. And then make your way up the hill and just stop when you reach this large moth over here. Behind it, you can see that there is a blueprint machine, but if you try to pass the moth, he kind of scares you away. So we need to move him out of the way to reach that one. So keep going up this little mountain. And when you reach the top, left is going to be a couple of dead trees, and directly in front of you is going to be a cactus that you can stomp. Make sure you're not flying before you try to do this, but stomp the flower to open it, and then scan it to get the pattern. And now just take a look down below until you can see the moth, because it is currently singing to you. You just have to really look out for the colors. And again, it's going to be different for everybody. So mine is red, green, red, red, green, red, green, red, red, green. And then just come over to the far tree until you get the prompt to sing and just repeat that pattern. And then if you get it right, the moth will come on up and he'll be out of your way now. So equip your wings so we can move a little quicker. And head on down the hill. Back to where that little entrance to the blueprint was. Then turn right. And as you can see, he's up there, so we can pass here now. Go across the beams and activate the machine. And then just complete the little mini game to get your next blueprint. There we go. So that's going to be the lion. And this one is actually super cute. If you ever get a chance to put it on, the mane has like ponytails and stuff that just kind of flop around, but since we don't need it, we won't be putting it on. So equip your wings so we can fly a little faster. And we're just going to go back down this hill, back towards where we crossed over those beams earlier. And just make your way back over them, but head kind of towards where that pile of gears is, just by the pit. And we need to pick up a gear from here so that we can complete the puzzle to actually turn on the power to the station. So once you're close to them, pick one up. And just check your inventory, make sure it's there. And equip your wings so we can go a little quicker. And you're gonna make your way all the way back to the start of this area. And we're gonna interact with that console now. So just keep following this path. And then you're gonna pass the lizards. And then head over to the right. And on the far right side is where we're gonna place our gear. So make sure you're not flying when you try to do this. And again, make sure the prompt is actually showing. That way you don't waste your gear. So that's spinning now, but we're not quite powered up. We do need these symbols to match the symbols on the far wall just across the way. So I don't know if you can see it on the video, but it's basically a blue rain cloud, a red power chip, and then a yellow circle with a T crossing through it. So just walk up to these levers and just give them a push until you get to the correct one. So this was going to be the blue rain cloud.
Return the moon.
And then we had the red chip.
Madness.
And the amount of times you have to push this will vary for everybody. It's not going to be the same. So you may only have to push them once. You may have to have just as much fun as I'm having right now and pushing them a whole bunch of times. Okay, and then the yellow one is actually right there, that circle with the T going through it. So we're gonna have to spin this a couple of times. And just one more. All right, so now we have power. We're gonna head back up to the Scorpion and just power it on using glitch and complete another of those barrel puzzles. So make your way on up. And then use glitch. And then just go ahead and complete the puzzle. Just as before, you just want to move the red pieces into the red and the black pieces into the black. All right, so it's 3 out of 4. Just one more to go after this, and we're almost done. And again, when you regain control after this little cutscene here, stomp on the big red button at the head of the Scorpion, and then it'll move us on to Area 4. So stomp the big red button. Alright, and when the Scorpion stops, we're going to get a memory super quick on this platform here. Over on the right hand side, it's just at the very end. Walk up to it and activate it with glitch.
Machines brought order. That was their goal. If restored their intelligence, that would be their role. That should be a good thing, but something was missing. A thing he wasn't seeing or conclusion dismissing. The moon had from this world been ejected, Because it had somehow been affected. Glitch was connected. But how?
Alright, and before we go anywhere, we're actually also going to use the changing machine over here. The snake we need to pass is coming up, so we need to make sure we are dressed in the correct fashion. And that's going to be the sand fashion, and it's got a bunch of hearts all over it. So just activate the machine and then go over to other, and then down to sand fashion. And just make sure Stuffy is fully covered in this print. Okay, so now we're ready to rock and roll. Go ahead and equip your wings, make your way down the ramp, turn right. Or actually, before you turn right, just take a...
This place is desolate.
Okay, so once you have that, we're ready to rock and roll. So go ahead and equip your wings. And before we go down the ramp, just take a look over and you're going to see a red symbol just down below. It's the same symbol from before, that rain cloud looking one, just instead of blue, it's red. But just remember that because we're going to need that for the very end of this little section. And there's also a blue symbol that I think we can see from up here as well. But for now, just go down the ramp. Let me just check really quick. Yeah, there it is. Okay. And there's also a blue symbol just behind you when you get to the bottom of the ramp. And we're going to call this like a blue D of sorts. It kind of looks like a D. So we have the red rain cloud and then the blue D. So from here, turn right. And just on the left-hand side is going to be a little cactus that you can stomp. Stomp it to open it, and then scan it to get the pattern. And then equip your wings so we can move a little faster. And down here, the path is going to split going left and right. We're going to take the right path first, near where that snake is. And because we're already dressed in the fashion that he wants us in, he's just going to let us pass. And you're also going to get the Fashion Idol trophy once you do.
Oh, that came out of the blue.
There you go.
Now, Snake, keep an eye out for the spiders when they come for you.
And now we can head on through. So follow this all the way to the end of the path, and you're going to see that there's a lift down here. But before you take that, just turn a little to the right, and there's going to be a patch on the wall over here. Scan that to get the pattern. And now go over to the lift. Make sure you land if you're flying and push the button to make it go up. And now we're going to get another pattern as well as a cave. Alright, so we're going to get the pattern first. So equip your wings if you want, but you're going to go over to the left. And you can't see it right now, but if you just kind of go over towards that wall, it does just randomly appear. But there it is, right there. So just go ahead and scan it. And then head on over to the right, and as you can see clear as day, there's a cave over here. Head on inside and light it up with glitch. And this is going to be the final cave of the game, so you're actually going to unlock 2 trophies here. One for the world and one for all caves in the game. And then once you have that, make your way back over to the lift. Press the button to go back down. And then go ahead and equip your wings so we can go a little quicker. And just make your way back past the snake and up towards that, the teal hexagon door where you'll come out if you die. And this is where that split in the road was. So instead of going right, now we're going to go left. And you're going to come to a little beam bridge. And on the right side is going to be the next memory. So when you reach the beams, just make your way over on the far right side.
There is so much chaos.
Nope, nope, there we go. And then just activate this with glitch to collect it.
Glitch had been a part of the moon's personality, a cog in its machine and part of its totality. Together he was the machine and teacher, creating and straightening and caring for the creatures. Part of one being that was as old as ticking time, ruling through song and governing through rhyme, making the metal world.
Alright, so after you've picked up that memory, go ahead and put on your wings so that we can move a little quicker, and you're just going to go to the exact opposite side of the beams, kind of where this little area with all the cacti are, and just follow this around to the left. And along this path on the right hand wall is going to be another patch you can scan. Go ahead and do so to get the pattern. There we go. And then head up this little hill, and it's going to split going left and right. First we're going to go right and pick up 2 more patterns. Just go straight along this path, and on the left hand side, just in front of these cacti, is going to be another patch. Go ahead and scan that for a pattern. And now follow this path all the way to the end, and you're going to see a kind of half buried cactus in the ground. You can still stomp and scan it, it's just a little lower. It's going to be this one right here. So if you're flying, make sure you land, and then stomp, and then go ahead and scan it. And then equip your wings, and we're just going to go back the way we came. And where we turned right, we're now going to turn left and go down that metal path. So that little intersection was right here, so this is going to be the left path. And on the left side, you're going to see a couple of ledges over here with some jumping stones. Make your way up all these jumping stones, and at the top is going to be a blueprint, and that's going to be the final one of the game, so you're going to get 2 trophies with that one. So again, just keep making your way up. And then over on the right is going to be the machine. So make your way over there, activate it with glitch, and it's going to be the same mini game as before, just complete it to actually get the blueprint. And again, this is going to be the last one of the game, so you're going to pop 2 trophies once this is done. Okay, so there's your pattern. And I believe this is an ostrich, I think is what we saw. Yeah, okay, so there's your 2 trophies. So go ahead and go back down the jumping stones. And then when you get to the bottom, equip your wings so that we can travel a little quicker. And then we're just gonna go all the way to the end. So, oops, not that one.
Even facing this, color still survives. We might still have time.
Okay, and again, when you reach the bottom, go ahead and equip your wings and go all the way down the rest of the path. And you're going to hit that console that we saw down from up at the beginning of the area from earlier. It's going to be right there just in front of you. But just to the left of that is going to be a cactus that you can stomp. Make sure you're on the ground before you try to do this, but stomp to open up the cactus and then scan it. And this is going to be the final pattern of the game. So you're going to get 2 trophies here, one for the world and then one for collecting everything in the game. And there you go. And now we need to complete this little console puzzle. So as you can see, we don't need a gear. All the gears are already there. but we do need to change the symbols to match the little cues that we saw earlier. So we didn't get a yellow one, but that's okay because we did get a blue and a red. So we can just do process of elimination with the yellow. So if you remember, the blue one was going to be the blue D. So just keep pushing this until you get that symbol. And again, the amount of times you actually have to push it is going to vary for each person. There's that. And then the red was the rain cloud looking symbol. And there's that one. And then the yellow one, of course, we don't know, but just keep spinning it until you get the cutscene to move on with the story.
With the power on, the spool started turning, generating more power as it picked up
Okay,
speed.
so now we have power on our last station. And over here are going to be 2 lifts. The red one just takes you to where we saw the red symbol at. So the leftmost one is the one we want to take up. And this will bring us back up to the station that we started this area on, saving you a whole lot of time of running because that's quite a ways to run back. So once you get to the top, we're going to do the same as we've done before. And just make your way up onto the scorpion and power it on with glitch. And then we're going to complete the last big barrel puzzle of the game. You don't have to do any more after this one. And then we'll move back to area, or the first area that we were in this world. So activate this with glitch. And then just complete the puzzle.
The heat is intense.
All right,
This
there we
will
go. And that's going to be
lead
the
to its
4th
final
one.
application. The ground trembled when the power lines descended.
So this is all story related
That it had
stuff
previously
regarding the final fight that I'm actually not going to show because the platinum is going to pop before we finish the game and I don't want to spoil it for anybody, so I'm going to end it right when the platinum pops. Just a heads up on that. But as you can see, a gate just dropped down in the first area, so now we can get around this little factory station. I'm not really sure what to call it. But yeah, so once you regain control, just stomp on the big red button. And again, it's going to move us back to the first area. All right. And when that stops, go ahead and make your way off of the scorpion. And go ahead and equip your wings so that we can move a little quicker around here. Make your way down the ramp, and then just follow this striped path along to the right. And now you can go over the gate that just dropped down. And there's going to be a stomping puzzle right here, but before we do that, we want to get the last collectible of the game. As soon as you complete this puzzle, you hit a point of no return. So make sure you grab this before you do it. So activate this with glitch. And again, this is going to be the last memory, so it's going to unlock the memory trophy for this world, for the game, and of course, the platinum along with
see
it.
the threat in all its probability. The core had itself ejected, sensing its main function was affected. But its plan had faltered. The machine slowed down, but they hadn't halted. The world was slowly being torn apart at the seams to bring the core back from its flight. Would return the song to the machines. Would that set it right? Something was missing, and that filled Glitch with terror. What was it that had caused the initial error? What indeed?
Okay, so there you go. There's your last memory and your last collectible of the entire game. So you're going to get all your trophies here. Alright, and I'm at least going to do this puzzle for you guys just in case you get stuck on it, but I'm not going to complete the actual game just because I don't want to spoil the ending for anybody. There we go. Who is going to play it to the end. There's no reason for me to show that on here, so I want you guys to enjoy it just as much as I did. But yeah, we're just going to complete this part at least to get you going. So just stomp these around. And there you go. And this will start the final cutscene, but I'm going to stop it right here. Thanks to everybody for watching, and yeah, hopefully you got your platinum no problem, and I will see you guys next time.
Aligned perfectly above it.
Hey guys, so for those who haven't heard, I have finally opened up a Patreon for my channel and trophy guides. A big shout out to the best ever around Pricey and Tough, as well as a handful of other anonymous donors who have already signed up to help this girl out. A little bit goes a really long way with this, so if you're interested in seeing how you can help, please check out the link down below, and don't forget to give the video a like if you found it helpful, and of course a follow so you can stay up to date in the newest content that is posted from my channel. Thank you all for watching, and I'll catch you next time.